and gentlemen, the International STEM Students Forum 2020 is about to begin. May I invite all guests to be seated. Please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 3rd International STEM Students Forum, ISSF 2020. We're the MCs of the morning session. All of us are students of the Vocational Training Council, VTC of Hong Kong. I'm Jasmine from Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
Hello everyone, my name is Pearlie and I'm from Youth College.
And I'm Zachary, also from Youth College. The theme of this year's ISSF is Innovation in STEM. To present the true spirit of the theme this year, the ISSF 2020 is the first ever to be delivered online.
You can ask questions or leave your comments throughout the program by scanning the QR code at the back of your name badge.
To kickstart the ISSF 2020, may we invite Mr. Tony Tai, Chairman of the Vocational Training Council Hong Kong, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Tai, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vocational Training Council, I would like to welcome you all to the 3rd International STEM Students Forum in Hong Kong. This year, we have switched the forum to virtual format in light of COVID-19. Amid the pandemic, while everyone is earnestly looking for technology-driven solutions for addressing different challenges, it is an opportune time for us to explore innovation in STEM as the theme of today's forum. It is our pleasure to have Mr. Alfred Sid, Secretary for Innovation and Technology, to support us and grace this event on the virtual platform. My sincere thanks to Alfred and all the speakers for sharing with us their valuable insights. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the VTC's professional organizing team, students, as well as our partners and collaborators for making this interactive learning platform happen. As we have witnessed, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought out the crucial part of science and technology in supporting a country's effort in academic control and maintaining social, business, and educational orders. This transnational emergency has further confirmed the pressing need for us to explore innovative ways to steer our communities towards health-conscious, sustainable, and smart cities. Our world is on the threshold of digitization. To align with global trend and equip the younger generation with necessary know-how and skills in response to the searching demand for STEM talent, the Hong Kong SAR government has dedicated significant efforts to promoting STEM education in Hong Kong. These include enrichment of STEM curricula in primary and secondary schools, provision of funds for STEM initiatives, and support for longer-term infrastructure development, such as the construction of a VTC Aviation and Maritime Engineering Education Center to train highly sought-after practitioners for the aviation and maritime industries. The success of STEM education also lies in the active involvement of industry in STEM collaboration initiatives, as well as providing internship and job opportunities to STEM students. Over the years, VTC has been fostering close collaboration with our industry partners, such as Gammon Construction, China Light and Power, Siemens, Hong Kong International Aviation Academy, just to name a few, in promoting STEM to our younger generation. With staunch support from the government and the industry, the VTC has stood at the forefront of STEM education promotion by spearheading different initiatives and setting up state-of-the-art teaching facilities to empower our students with contemporary skills, digital ethics, and appropriate work attitude to thrive in the world of work. In 2017, we established STEM education centers to create simulated learning contexts and facilitate students' co-creation in projects, integrating modern technology with innovative ideas. Our Cybersecurity Center, as well as Innovation and Technology Co-creation Center, to be opened later this year, will provide a conducive environment to facilitate learning in smart technologies and innovation among young STEM minds. To connect our students to the global STEM community, we also encourage them to participate in international events and conferences like today's forum. Later today, teams formed by overseas and VTC STEM students will present their collaborative research outcomes, showcasing how they apply STEM knowledge to solve real-world issues. I hope you will find this digital forum enjoyable, and I believe it will leave our young students with impactful inspirations to plan the next steps towards in STEM aspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Please take your seat.
The ISSF 2020 is organized by the Hong Kong Vocational Training Council and supported by the Hong Kong SAR government.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Hong Kong SAR government. This event could not happen without their great support.
Today, we are privileged to have Mr. Alfred Sid, JP, Secretary for Innovation and Technology, the government of the Hong Kong SAR, to deliver the opening remarks. Let's welcome Secretary Sid.
Tony, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to be here with us virtually at the International STEM Students Forum. It is my honor to join this meaningful event, which provides an excellent platform for me to engage with the STEM education community and learn from your knowledge and innovative ideas on inspiring our younger generation to explore career opportunities and trends in pursuit of STEM education. The theme of the forum this year is Innovation in STEM. I'm particularly impressed that more and more people are aware of the significance of innovation and technology, which we usually call it INT, for Hong Kong in fulfilling our growing demand of economic and social developments. Indeed, INT can be adopted in all industries and at different levels to enhance their competitiveness as well as improving our quality of living. In Hong Kong, we have lots of talented academia who are committed to promoting INT and STEM education. And what we need is how we cooperate with different parties to bring meaningful impact to the society. Our normal daily life has been seriously interrupted by the COVID-19 epidemic. For instance, various social distancing measures are in place, and schools have been suspended for months. This, however, promotes schools and education institutes in adopting new and innovative communication technologies in teaching, just like what VTC is hosting this forum to exchange insight into innovation in STEM through this digital platform amidst the challenging and ever-changing environment during the time of COVID-19 epidemic. Other collaborations between various INT stakeholders doing their parts in coping with the epidemic set many good examples, such as the use of a locally developed mobile application paired with electronic wristbands, the application of artificial intelligence and big data in tracking the movement of persons under home quarantine order without infringing their privacy. It is a collaborative project of the government, our local universities, as well as local startups in the science park. We have also launched a special call for project under our public sector trial scheme to put our heads together to support product development and application of technologies for the prevention and control of the epidemic. Moreover, one of our public R&D centers, the Nano and Advanced Material Institute, NAMI, has developed a HEPA-grade nanofiber filter, which is being tested in a mobile filtration system in negative pressure isolation wards in public hospitals. To develop a sustainable INT environment for Hong Kong, it is of paramount importance to nurture a range of talents with different capabilities and a diversified knowledge, as well as skillful STEM education for Hong Kong. Universities in Hong Kong are among the top in world ranking, and 5 of them are the top 100 in the world, representing a pivotal role in Hong Kong's INT capacity building. On the front of nurturing local talents, we have been striving to promote STEM education with the aim of bringing new blood into the INT industry. In the 2018-19 academic year, total student enrollment in STEM-related programs funded by the University Grants Committee exceeded 35,000, representing an increase of 16% over 5 years. To encourage our young generation to pursue a career in the field of INT, we have stepped up our support in areas such as STEM education, R&D, and startup for a number of policy initiatives. As earlier announced in the budget, we will launch a STEM internship program later this year to subsidize undergraduates and postgraduates of STEM-related programs in relevant local universities to undertake short-term internships. We look forward to the active participation by private enterprise in providing more short-term INT internship places to our local students. Separately, our Innovation and Technology Commission has been supporting the Innovation and Technology Scholarship to provide support to numerous outstanding STEM or science-related undergraduates of Hong Kong, participating in a series of initiatives in achieving their goals of pursuing overseas attachment and research. Over the decade, the scholarship has been making significant contributions in nurturing young INT talents, and many past awardees are doing very well in various professional disciplines and keen on making valuable contributions to our community. The internship scheme and the scholarship both benefit STEM students by offering them valuable hands-on experience, essential to their aspiring career in STEM. With an objective to pull technology talent from all over the world, we launched the Technology Talent Scheme in 2018 to subsidize research institutions and enterprise to recruit talents in carrying out R&D activities, and then training their staff to apply advanced technology for adding value to their business. We also implement the reindustrialization and technology training program, which provides subsidies to local enterprise for training their staff in high-end technologies. The program has so far benefited over 2,000 staff with approved funding of over 30 million Hong Kong dollar. Last year, we extended the funding period of the researcher program and postdoctoral help and increased the allowance under the researcher program. The funding scope of both programs has been expanded to cover all technology companies conducting R&D activities in Hong Kong since March this year. The two programs together have nurtured nearly 6,000 scientific research talents, and we will consolidate them to provide more flexibility for engaging R&D talents. To strengthen our R&D foundation, we are establishing two Inno-Hong Kong research clusters at the Science Park, in which Health at Inno-Hong Kong, focusing on healthcare technologies, and Air at Inno-Hong Kong, focusing on AI and robotic technologies. I'm so happy to see that both clusters received the overwhelming response from many world-renowned universities and research institutes. And the first batch of R&D centers is expected to be set up progressively within this year. I believe that the continuous enhancement to our local R&D ecosystem will help encourage more companies to conduct more R&D activities in Hong Kong. That will offer more career opportunities to our STEM students. Possibly seizing the global challenge caused by COVID-19 epidemic in the past few months, we do see STEM and I&T can nurture innovative talents to create things that can apparently improve the quality of our daily life and benefit to the society at large. I'm eager to learn from the experience of our STEM community and I&T sector, and I look forward to listening to you on what we can do more to promote STEM-related initiatives and facilitate the commercialization of our local R&D achievements. I hope you all and more STEM practitioners and institutions will join Hong Kong's vibrant I&T ecosystem through bridging our collaborations, communications, and talent pool, so we can capture vast opportunities that innovation in STEM will bring about. Hope you will enjoy this digital forum and have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Sid, for the speech.
2020 is a special year. It marks the third anniversary of VTC STEM Education Center and International STEM Students Forum. Before we move on, let's watch a video show of the wonderful moments we had.
Pearlie, Jasmine, I'm getting excited about today's program.
So do I. I like learning about STEM as it pervades every part of our lives, and there is so much to explore.
Then this forum must be your thing. The ISSF is a platform for STEM students and teachers around the world to exchange knowledge and innovative ideas about teaching and learning STEM subjects. Zachary, do you remember what's the theme for this year's forum?
Of course, it's innovation in STEM. It aims to inspire younger generation to explore emerging STEM career trends and
Encourage more women to pursue STEM studies and careers.
That's right. You two do know about the ISSF well. So let's get ready for the first session of today. STEM students chat with entrepreneurs.
We are honored to have some local entrepreneurs to share with us about their insights about the trends, challenges, and opportunities for startups.
The convener of this session is Mr. Emil Chan, Honorary Chairman of Start HK.
We would like to invite the following panel members to join the discussion. Dr. Kathy Loy, co-founder and CEO of Ober Technology Limited.
Dr. Abraham Lam, co-founder and director of Mega Automation Limited.
We will also have two STEM students from the Vocational Training Council to join the discussion. Natalie from Technological and Higher Education Institute of Hong Kong.
And Ryan from Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
Please join us in a big round of applause to invite Mr. Chen and the panelists.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay, here we are. So what's the topic today? Innovation of STEM, right? So we have two industrial experts and two future industrial experts to join us. So I like this arrangement, because without the students' participation, that the panel discussion is just like an industrial, ordinary one. But with the students participating, then I think, our short discussion will be benefit, not only to the students, but also to the industry, because we also want to learn from them, about their expectation, because the world will belongs to them, okay? You two first, okay? So I will pass it to you. So without further ado, let me introduce, the script asked me to introduce them first, but I would like to take a little detour. Rather than using the usual way to introduce the panelists, why can't we use a new way? Because of STEM, everybody has a mobile phone. And I founded my association called acmcp.org many years ago to promote mobile and cloud computing. So if you guys have the phone, if you do not know who am I, why don't you just Google myself? Emil or Emil, a funny name that different countries have different pronunciation. Can you Google me? That's the way, the modern way, to introduce myself. Because when you Google, not only you remember me easier, but also when you Google me, you help me to promote myself. Because every Google click will change the SEO priority, and I will be more famous, okay? So not only I want myself to be more famous, I want Kathy, already famous enough, and Abraham to be more famous. So after you Google me, while Kathy introduces herself, please Google Kathy. So here's Dr. Kathy Liu's profile on stage, on the background. So let me ask Kathy, can you introduce briefly about yourself, with the PowerPoint, okay?
Yeah, sure. Hello, testing.
Yeah, wait, yeah.
Testing. Oh, everyone can hear me, right? Okay. So thank you, Emil, and thank BTC for inviting me to be here to join this meaningful event today. So it is great to be here to share my entrepreneurial journey with all of you. So before you can Google me, I can also introduce myself, a little bit background of mine. So I was graduated in Hong Kong Baptist University with a PhD degree in neuroscience. I have been working on the development of the treatment for neurodegenerative diseases such as the Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and also stroke. So I think most of you already know that neurodegenerative disease is an incurable disease. And more than 100 million people over the world actually suffering from these diseases. But unfortunately, there's no cure for them. And what they can only do is to wait for a miracle. And there's an urgent, huge unmet need in this market. And in 2013, our team in university successfully invented a new innovative technology called autologous neurostem cell harvest. And we aim to offer a personalized therapeutic solution to the patients by collecting their neurostem cell, their brain stem cell from the patients, by our nanotechnology to repair the neurodegenerations or other brain damage. Stem cells actually are very powerful, have a powerful ability for the regenerations. But the source is very important because there are some side effects if you cannot find the right source of the stem cells. So our technology can help the patient to use their own stem cell as a cell replacement to cure the diseases. So, and because all the cells are originated from the patients, they are 100% compatible to the patients. There's no any side effect like the immune rejection, and also we do not do any genetic engineering. So we have a very good technology, but that isn't enough. We have to commercialize it. And the beauty of the biotech company, actually they need some magics. So do you want to know what is the magics?
Yeah, please tell us. What's the magic?
Yeah, the magic is clinical trial.
What?
Clinical trials.
Oh, clinical trial.
Yeah,
So,
very
but
painful.
yeah.
Because without the clinical trials, actually the technology means nothing. We cannot use it in the patients.
Okay.
And it's sad, very sad that the funding from the university may not be enough to support the clinical trial.
Okay.
We need the investment outside. That's why we set up the company Opera Technology. And we are very blessed that we received the seed money from ITC to start our company. And within these 5 years, we are highly endorsed by the industry and also the academia. We won more than 36 national and international awards,
Wow.
yeah, including the first runners-up of the 5th China Innovation and Entrepreneurship competitions, and also the top tier of the Neuro 2020 campaign organized by GSK.
Okay.
Also, as a female entrepreneur, I also work on different projects, and last year we set up another arms on early cancer detections, particularly for the breast cancer. We would like to encourage women to take a regular checkup with a very simple blood test, so they do not have to fear using the mammogram to do the examinations.
Okay, beautiful. So the magic is to be practical. Yes. So and then, but in my mind, the magic is to win the investors' trust, right? Yeah. So that's not easy. Okay, thank you. So I have a lot of questions to ask later on. So before I ask the question, may I introduce Abraham? So my good friend for long. But have you ever Google him, Abraham, another magic? So tell us more about your magics.
Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself here. So my name is Abraham. Well, actually, my background is, I graduated from the Department of Computing from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So soon after the graduation, I have been, working at the Building Services Engineering at PolyU. Actually, it is a very famous, department in PolyU as well. So when I'm working under this department, I found that actually there's lots of, technologies from our computer science can be applied into the building services field. So for example, in 2012, the government actually has enforced the law that every buildings in Hong Kong, especially for those commercial buildings, they have to perform a energy audit. So at that time, I know that those consultants in the field, they have lots of models, they have lots of reports, they have lots of knowledge how to calculate the performance of the building, but they are lack of the data. They don't know actually how to acquire the data. For example, the power consumption. How can you tell the consumption of the HVAC system of your building? So at that time, I just graduated 2 years from my undergrad. And then I have the ideas, there's lots of opportunities in this field. And at that time, I would say at that time, the atmosphere to have a startup is not quite common in Hong Kong at that time, around 2012. And then at that time, PolyU has been always the pioneer to set up those of funding support to their graduates. So at that time, I applied the micro fund of PolyU, and luckily, I'm admitted into the program, and I supported by $100,000 to support my first startup. And then at that time, I also applied for the incubation program of Cyberport. So that is why I actually started my company, and actually I developed, my first energy management system in Hong Kong. And at that time, I also pursued my dream. I actually really want to, do some great things. So great things are always, left in the laboratory, or in research papers. And to be honest, most of the time, there's lots of good things in the paper, but how can you transform them into real-world applications? I think that is quite interesting. So I challenged myself. I go back to my Department of Computing to have my PhD study. And at the same time, I'm doing my PhD study topic, related to the building services engineering, which my professor is also quite happy with that, although they are all from the computer science background. And later, because we found that we want to, actually control everything of the building, nowadays what we call the building management system. So we also work on the control system of the HVAC, lightings. That is why sometimes you feel cold, you feel hot, you can just call the facility management. They can do it remotely because there's a system behind the building. So we are actually working a lot of projects in Hong Kong as well. So thanks to the advancement of the technologies, so in 2016, I think at that time, most of you have heard a place in Shenzhen, but not most of you know where exactly there. That is Qianhai. Well, I think we are the first tier team that my partners are all from Hong Kong. We are Hong Kongers, we grew up here. And then we have no ideas what is going on in China to do business or what we can do in there. But at that time, because we see the need of applying IoT, Internet of Things technologies into buildings. So that is why we can see that the upstream resources are so close. It is Shenzhen. So actually I live in Yuen Long. Most of you know that, okay, if you go from Yuen Long to Shenzhen, it is about talking 1 hour, living cycle. That is, what the government actually said. And it actually, shortened the time from me to Yuen Long to Cyberport as well. I took around 3 hours to Cyberport in Yuen Long when I'm, I'm doing the incubation program. Well, at that time, and then so we start our R&D, team in the Qianhai. So supported by lots of, favorite policies, and actually, it is my opportunity to, make use of the all those, the VC, the venture capitals in the market. There's lots of guidance, there is lots of, startup atmosphere recently. So I think this is how actually my company, Mega Automation, started in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. You see, he really wants to share with us about his object. I asked you to introduce yourself, and you told me, all the story. I didn't know that. You started your startup and then go back to academic, to enrich the products, the services. Okay, so I will go back to you. Okay, so now I skip my introduction because of time. You can continue to Google me, and then you will take it in with more detail. So let me, ladies first. So ask Natalie. Natalie, can you briefly introduce yourself?
Hello. So thank you very much your introduction. So before I can make some kind of magic on Google, so let me introduce myself to more successful person here. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Natalie. I'm a year 4 student of the Bachelor of Science in Healthcare and the Faculty of Science and Technology at the I. So I like studying technology. Via technology, it can help me to learn more, especially through e-learning platform, e-books, and even academics information on YouTube. So most of people are aware of how important technology is for all of us living in today's society and the world. So apart from my interest in technology, being a volunteer has also provided me an invaluable experience. And volunteer is an activity that helps people in need. In my mind, most of the elderly living in Hong Kong, they're so strong and highly resilient. No matter what kind of difficulties they may face, they would like to try their best and overcome adversity. Therefore, being a volunteer and in particular serving the elderly has given me opportunities to develop and use my skills to helping more people in need. And also based on my study at the I, I've gained a keen interest about use of technology to helping elderly, which I hope to be part of my future career. And also due to the limited resources of welfare allocation in Hong Kong, it is even more critical to utilize technology and also innovative ideas to save time and resources in this vital area of community care. Finally, I hope that I can contribute and support the elderly, enable them to have a more joyful and meaningful and fulfilling period of life.
Wow, beautiful. Hey, Kathy. No, you don't have to speak. But do you need the CV? You need a marketing, yeah, please, so please do it. You perform very well and unexpected, right? So the good opportunity found on this stage. So your turn, Ryan. Okay, so will you start a aircraft company? Okay, so tell me more about your story, Ryan.
Okay, so I'm Ryan Tai, and I'm currently 19 years old. I'm studying the Higher Diploma of Aviation with Ivy, and I'm currently working towards becoming a pilot in the future, as this has been a long childhood dream of mine. So after the completion of my program in May, I plan to head over to the RMIT University down in Melbourne to complete my aviation degree. And as I understand, STEM does play a vital role in the success, future, and the development of the aviation industry, thanks to the multi-development integration. And STEM education also allows us students with a very hands-on application. A good example of that would be in my program here at Ivy, I'm able to use flight simulators within the classroom so that I can apply what I've learned from textbooks, like practically. Yeah. And I know that today's presentation will be very inspiring for all of us. I'm here to understand more, say, how to start up companies, incorporate STEM into their day-to-day operations, and how can us students move up the career ladder in the future.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So we had a small chat before, we came on stage. So I asked him, say the academic situation changed the way how we run a conference, and we do everything online, nearly. And you want to be a pilot, right?
Yes.
But I'm afraid you will lose your job, okay? Because in the future, the aircraft will be autopilot. So you got to learn, from the other expert, how to do the flight simulation, so the pilot is, work at home and the aircraft still flying. Okay, so without further ado, okay, the introduction, a bit long, but it's not only introduction, and it draw the underlying messages, that about the future world, about the way to make successful. So, Kathy, So amazing. You win 36 awards worldwide, and then you be selected be the GBA Outstanding Young Women Entrepreneurs in just 2019. So what inspired you, to launch your own startup, and you just mentioned a little bit, but tell me more about, not only the magic, but also the inspiration. And then what do you think about the market? Say rather than confined in Hong Kong or the GBA. So what do you see about the whole market, especially under this epidemic situation? Yeah.
Actually, I was a scientist, and I am still a scientist.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So,
me too.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see that for the neurodegenerative diseases, as I just mentioned, they are still incurable, and there is also a very huge unmet medical need. So, after we invented our technology, we have made a press conference and we have a new technology, we can help the patients. But unfortunately, we still need a lot of things to delay and to do the clinical trials. So we have to start our company to help the patients. And also we receive a lot of inquiry from the patient and their family. This actually gives me a very strong confidence and motivate me to turn myself from a scientist to an entrepreneur. So what we want to do is to help the patient. We don't want to leave the technology in the university for the publications. We want to help the people for those who are in need. That's why we are here and we have offer now.
Okay, so because you are not happy with the existing technology, so you start up your own. Okay, with your knowledge to make the world better.
So I want to help the patients.
Yeah, so this is the mindset of true scientists, right?
Yes.
So ABM, right? You have the same mindset. You do have the same mindset. Yeah. Do you have any question? This opportunity you can ask.
Actually, I appreciate that you wanted to improve their quality of life or make their life longer and longer. So I think you're such a role model for young ladies like me who want to start their STEM career soon. So I want to ask more about your career, your journey. So how can you combine, or how can you, maybe you can introduce, or you can suggest a unique attribute or characteristic that to help to grow your business? Or some may say, people would say STEM industry is still male dominated. So what do you think as a woman can do for sustainable development in the STEM industry?
A lot of questions. But I will give you a very simple one. But it's a really good question. And this topic actually is very popular. Discussing women in business or women in academia is always male dominated. But I'm very happy to see now more and more women now choose to start their company as a CEO or a co-founders. So I have a very simple tips for the girls, and it is also applied to me. It's very easy. Yeah, just don't let the gender to restrict your ability. Even you have to do a lot harder, work harder, but you still have to shine the role. Yeah.
Okay, great. So it's inspiring?
Yeah, I think that I also agree that women, young ladies should try to contribute more to the development of STEM. So thank you for sharing. Brings a lot of inspiration.
So boys, give them more chances, okay? So before we give them more chances, you got to share your story. So you got a PhD, okay? And then usually, it's for getting a good job in Hong Kong. So you're on that level, and easily you can earn a lot of money, But what makes you so determined, go back, to continue to, do your own startup?
Well, it is a good question. I think just one word, because dream. I think everyone has your dream. So how you can pursue your dream, or whether you are able to achieve what you want to do, is quite important. I think at the time after my graduation, I think I also sometimes I may struggle. What actually I could do after graduate from the university, actually it's just like a blank sheet. You have nothing, and then you don't have any working experience. But at that time, I think I have the opportunity to work, under another department, just like I mentioned.
Yep.
And I could see the opportunity, and I could see the chance that I can pursue my dream. Actually, when I was small, I'm always admired people. Oh, they are a very successful entrepreneur, or they are very good at business, something like that. But I've never thought that one day I may become, at least, an entrepreneur. Not to mention whether it is successful or not. And at that time, because some opportunities, like I mentioned, we have funding, and then we have some support from the university. So that's why, I pursue my dream. And then at that time, actually, I love research. But what I actually want to do is to apply research into the real world. So that is why, I pursue my dream in the real world, in real business world. But to be honest, I never worked in any companies, so I know nothing about the commercial environment. But then you need to become the boss.
I see. So you share the same attribute, the entrepreneurship. So this opportunity, I let you ask, so your dream, his dream.
Well, I just really wanted to ask, because you've mentioned previously that you had your research and development center in Shenzhen, and you operate your business in Hong Kong, right? So, you're in two regions. Are there any special considerations you needed to take into account, and what was your plan and strategies for them?
Good question.
Yeah, I think financially, to be honest, I think if you hire one, even a undergraduate in Hong Kong, it is quite costly, and it is I think 2/3 of the course to hire another more experienced programmer or engineer in Shenzhen. So that is why we have actually moved all the development work in Shenzhen, Shanghai. But at that time, we also not sure whether it works or not. So we start by one or two staff there, and then later, I work at the company every day. I may go to Shanghai. But actually, and then later, we found that there's lots of upstream resources. And actually, what we actually are planning is that not just Hong Kong is the market. And then actually, the mainland China is actually a huge market at all. But just like I mentioned, because we are all, our founders are all from Hong Kong. So that is why, set up a company in Shenzhen, Shanghai is actually a good milestone for us, to advance into the Chinese market.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I mean, because you set up your base outside of Hong Kong, you mentioned all the staff are moving over, so you can definitely see a staff expertise transfer, and I think that's very advantageous for, say, innovation, for example.
Yeah. So the STEM, you make good use of the STEM initiative. So I have a question. So you study computer science, and then after that. You study engineering on the building management, okay? So that it considered multidisciplinary, okay? So how can you make good use of them? What benefit from you? Rather than you focus only on biotech, okay? And you wear different hats. Tell me more about this advantage.
Okay. Maybe I just cite one example. What I just mentioned. How can we bring some research work into real-world applications? For example, I can see that I can solve some real-world problems. For example, in Hong Kong, most of the people always complain. The air conditioning is oversupplied. Sometimes girls may feel very, very cold, and sometimes some gentlemen wearing their suits, but they are still feeling very hot. And sometimes in public transport or common areas, the air conditioning seems like you don't need to pay for the electricity bill, so you set as low as possible. So I'm actually in building services. This is about the topic of thermal comfort. But at that time, people have a lot of models. But for example, how can I know whether you feel hot, you feel cold? They have no ideas. So everyone has their mobile phone. What we actually do is that you can use your mobile phone to control the AC conditioning. But every time when you press it, I feel cold. I feel hot. I'm actually building up your AI model, your comfort model. So whenever you go, wherever you go, and then we can help you to optimize the AC support of this area. For example, there's 100 people in this area. I will just optimize most of the people's comfort. So it is one of the, actually my thesis during my PhD, and actually we still, apply this kind of, elements into the real world projects. So that is why, you see the problems in the real world, and you are able to transform some models into real world applications. Of course, you need to do a lot of technology transfer during the process.
Okay, good. Ryan, I'll give you one more chance. Say you got a dream, okay, to be a pilot. So can you apply the same? You're the expert is here.
Well, I want to be a pilot, and a lot of multidisciplinary knowledge is required within it. So I think that it's important. I really need to take you as a motivation for me personally to acquire different sets of skills, so that I can further develop myself to better achieve my dream in the future.
Okay.
I think I can supplement a
please.
little bit. Actually, I really agree with Abraham. We have to address the need of the market first. And we have to find the pain points of the industry first. Then you can use your STEM knowledge to find the solutions rather than to translate the research directly. You have to find what the problem first.
You find the problem first. So maybe Natalie, do you have any, because you too, actually,
Perfect match.
Yeah, perfect match. So it's opportunity for you,
Because I'm studying in healthcare, so I know your business is about healthcare. So I want to know more about how can you combine your knowledge in biotechnology with the healthcare solution to help to improve people's life, and how can you use STEM, this kind of multi-knowledge, to fulfill your mission and vision of your company?
Actually, when I studied my PhD, and I have the chance to interact with different patients and also doctors, that's why we found that, actually that is a very important difficulties for them. They do not have the real cure for the patients. What they can only do is to relieve the symptoms for the patients. That's why I have a question, how can I help the patients? That's why I also, like Abraham, for the PhD topic, I choose the more practical one rather than the basic research one. I want to develop innovative technology, a treatment for them. So, like what I said, I have to find adjust the need of the patient first, what they want to do. They do not want to just for the symptoms relief. They want to be recovered. So STEM actually has a very good tools for them to have the regeneration, to improve their quality of lives. That's why you can find the use of knowledge to see what I can do to help them. And then I know that nanotechnology is a very good, another good tools because they are very small. We can use like a very mini robot to do the nanosurgery, to extract the nerve stem cell, to do the replacement. So you have to brainstorm, what I can help them. Don't just restrict to one point. Try to use multidisciplinary knowledge to help them.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, but it's a bit too remote to me. I'm not a biotech guy. But can Abraham, you can share one example?
Yeah, I can share from another aspect. Sometimes when people talk about STEM education, actually we are also, recently we are helping some schools, locally in Hong Kong. We are actually, helping them to apply STEM solutions in their school. For example, in the past when you talk about STEM education, because I myself, I'm also, inside some IMC of those schools. I always see that there's lots of tenders about acquiring some, smart, equipment like Arduino, Raspberry Pi, these kind of things, and then people can, use it to programming. I said it is quite, boring because students cannot actually learn what actually is happening in the real world. So I suggest that actually, why don't we help you to apply the IoT technology into your schools? And then you guys can, program your own to make a smarter, school or campus to save energy and then to do some, energy saving competition between the classes. So myself is actually, just I echo with KFS as well, just like solutions always comes, next to the problem. Nowadays people always talk about, startup, but actually they don't have a real world problem. But they just find out solutions. So what's next? That is no market. There's no value at all. So I think it is one of the pain points, most of the staff, they are suffering. Okay, yeah, sometimes, you do a good pitching, you do good presentation, and then you acquire the funding. But actually, I think acquiring funding is not the successful case. What a successful case is that your business is sustainable, and then you can make profit from that. But of course, at the same time, if you have the dream, like me, I want to save the environment by saving energy, and then I can help the sustainable city and to become a more smarter city. So this is a higher vision goal behind my mind. So I think this is what I can share.
Okay, be realistic, right? So Ryan, one more chance. I let you, take advantage over the entrepreneur, please.
So you've both mentioned that your mission and vision that you're trying to improve life for everyone, such as the quality of life and inspiring others. But considering you guys are relatively successful, I just wanted to ask from like a student standpoint, if what is the biggest failure that you've had in the past, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, beautiful. I like this question. So you talk about how successful you are. Have you ever faced any difficulties, and how can you handle it? Ladies first.
Well, too many failures. Yeah, but I think it's very normal to have failures because you have to pass the failure on the way to success. So I think it's nothing, failures. Just go and embrace them.
Nothing. Yeah, it's normal.
And you can learn from them, and you can grow and know how to improve.
Beautiful. So ABM, how do you handle?
To be
failure?
honest, I'm wondering, do I have any failures actually? Because I think I can't really mention one, but actually I think because I don't recognize those things I encounter as failures maybe. But every day, if you are a real entrepreneur, actually every day you are facing a lot of challenges, and then you have the problems, and then you have the solutions need to come out promptly. So what I can say is that sometimes, like I mentioned, failures may be a definition that you are not good at something or you fail at some things. But from another perspective, I'm more optimistic that actually when the problems come, that means there's a need in the market, or actually this is a chance for me, to advance into another level. Then that is good. Actually, sometimes for startups, they have the flexibility to solve problem promptly, compared with those SMEs or some MNC. Yeah.
Beautiful. Fail fast, fail forward, right? So, Natalie, do you have any more questions?
Sure. As you guys mentioned before, you guys' company business is mainly related to technology. However, as everyone know, technology changes forever. So, like updating every single day. So, what you guys see as the most challenging part of your business in the future?
Yeah, no failure, but challenging, right? So, in the future, can you see any challenging?
Yeah, I think for an entrepreneur, we always take challenge, and we are always prepared to take the challenge. So I think we are all good.
Yeah, for me, I would say that because I'm from computer science background. Actually, I think every one of you, always heard a lot of buzzwords like I've applied artificial intelligence, AI technologies, a lot of blah 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 technology, big data, and then all kinds of things. But I think what actually need to be, raise your hand to let people identify who are you is not you're mentioning you're applying this kind of technology. Rather than that, actually you are applying this kind into the problem, and you already tell them this is your solutions. So I think we don't focus on the buzzwords, but we focus on the solutions will be better. And for me, actually, I think sometimes it will be for students as well. Actually, you need to pursue your dream. Then you need to, set up your plan in a short-term plan or a long-term plan. For me, actually, I at the time when I plan to have my PhD, actually, I start my business as well at the time because I don't want to spend another rounds, of several years after my PhD graduation. At that time, I think I'm around 30 years old. I don't want to waste my, a period to start another thing new. So I do it concurrently. So I think everyone has your own plan. Everyone have identify your own, strength and then your capacity. Of course, at the same time, everyone you have your weakness. But how you can actually overcome this kind of hurdles or challenges. I think it is what actually STEM can learn, of course, and then school can teach. But of course, yourself, I think yourself could improve everything by learning experience.
Yeah, and I think the role is keep changing. So yes, you have to be prepared to be innovative. Yeah.
Be flexible.
Be flexible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good. So this session, we can conclude that multidisciplinary is the critical part to be success, or to face the challenge, right? So the last part, let's conclude about this by not by me. I suggest that maybe by the other half. My role is the middleman between you. Okay.
Yeah, I think the forum brings a lot of inspiration from Abraham and Kathy. So the main reason for me to study STEM subject is because to improve the world with technology. So which is pretty much similar with Abraham and Kathy's story. So by knowing more about Kathy's story, I'm further sure that women have a unique role and have a stimulation and power in the STEM industry also. So I will studying hard and working hard to achieve my goal and to help more people to improve their life with STEM.
Well, beautiful. So do you have anything to add? What you learned?
So what I've learned from this is that multidisciplinary knowledge from STEM is definitely very beneficial to all of us, and it's important to create a better world. So I'd actually like to thank Abraham for giving me the inspiration. I really aspire his eagerness to broaden his horizons, to keep learning. And after he obtained his PhD in the IoT fields, he went straight to developing and building engineering services, right? So I'd like to thank you for inspiring me, because I will personally look back and think of ways that I can broaden my own horizons, to keep learning, to be motivated, as I want to understand more about how the disciplinary knowledge is able to sorry.
Go on.
Is able, I'll be able to understand more things, such as the aviation industry, because it's essential to ensure a smooth operation. And I will always try to work hard, and then from there, improve myself so I can have a more successful career in the future.
Okay, good. I wish, you will really, navigate the aircraft at home.
I think another day maybe he will be here to share his successful case later, right?
Yeah, in a few years, please, Chairman Tai, make sure that we bring them back. Okay, so now I received the first floor question. There are quite a few, but we have a limited time. So the most important time about entrepreneurship to me is this one. What do you think the most important asset for starting a business? Money or technology? Which side you pick? Money, technology? Maybe Kathy?
Well, this is a very hard question because both of them are very important. but I think the most important is the mindset. The entrepreneur has to know what they are going to do and what they want to achieve. If they do not have a good mindset, actually money and technology is nothing to you.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to know what you want to do, and strive for it.
Okay, so the money and technology are important, but they are not the most important. The most important one is your mindset, okay? So good, very good. So I think we have the time for the second question. The second question is, talk about the mindset, okay? So what kind of attitude makes a successful startup entrepreneur? So what kind of mindset? Okay, maybe ABM, you can determination.
I think it is about the personal characteristics. I myself, I'm always, optimistic of everything. And actually, I think everyone, if you would like to be a entrepreneur, at least you need to be passionate with what you're actually doing. And then you love to explore new things, and you are, able to overcome challenges, and of course, like failures as well, just what we have mentioned. So I think every day you need to ask yourself what you need to do every day and what you want to achieve. And then you set the KPI for yourself, because you don't have boss, you are the boss. And then I think the market will tell you the result at the end of the year.
Okay, so I can conclude that. So if you have the right mindset, like ABM and CAF3, so they work hard to make sure that to make good use of a technology, money will automatically comes, and then the business will fly, right? So I have one more question. I let the international student, to come in. Okay, let me see. What are your suggestions to young people if they would like to equip themselves to seize the opportunities emerging in this new digital era? So we say the world is changing, okay? So tell them, how to equip themselves. They are not going to follow your own steps. You can success doesn't mean that they can. But can you make a higher level suggestion to them, what they have to get prepared for? Maybe APM?
Okay, maybe I come first. Okay, I would say one thing. Even technologies will change, over time from time to time, but knowledge never changes. And knowledge is always important to every student. That is why you still need to have your school life, right? To equip the basic knowledge, at least you need to communicate, at least, for example, when I'm doing energy consumption, I need to apply lots of model. I know mathematics, right? But what actually you need to do is that you need to, just like I mentioned, you need to explore the opportunities around you. For example, I cannot, foresee that, whether I should go to the China market or later, for example. But at that time, I will see whether there's a lot of resources in the market. For that time, I see there's lots of funding, and then the government is actually supporting youngsters to go to the China market. So I think the first thing is that you need to prepare yourself. And then the second thing is that keep exploring what kind of opportunities, and sometimes you have the absolute advantage or comparative advantage, right? And then you can, make use of this kind of opportunities, and then you will go to pursue your dream.
Yeah, I think also you have to find the right source or also the support. I think the most common mistake is when you see an opportunity, just go for it without thinking, it can help you to bring you in a long run. Yeah, you have to see the long term, not just at this moment. So you have to be careful and think carefully what support is important for you to bring you to a higher level.
Wow, beautiful. So you are the representative to all the students, behind, So don't you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree?
Yeah, absolutely agree, yeah.
So the get set for the future, and then we apply what we learn from school, and then if we can make it down to earth and apply the multidisciplinary approach, then we can make the world better. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chen and the panelists for your insights. Please remain on stage and take a group picture.
Okay, so we stand up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you. Would all the guests please remain on stage for another group photo?
May we now invite Mr. Tony Tai, Chairman of Vocational Training Council Hong Kong, and Dr. Carrie Yao, GBSJP Executive Director of Vocational Training Council Hong Kong, for a group photo with the speakers. Mr. Tai and Dr. Yao, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chen and the panelists. Please take your seats.
Thank you all for joining us. We'll now have a break.
The next session will start soon. See you!
Riding on the stem. Don't shake.
Isolate.
LAB, good for health. MB bowl.
Check before you buy.
Stay awesome.
From this forum, I know we've all learned a lot of things about STEM, about women in STEM, about, a lot of ideas.
I've learnt so much about all the other countries and their experiences with STEM. So I've definitely learnt a lot about everyone and their different cultures.
How to say nice taste in the Canton?
How to say?
Good taste is Jose.
It was fun, enjoyable, and we forged a lot of friends, make a lot of friends from different countries.
This trip has been really good to see Hong Kong as well as meet new friends from around the world, and also the local Hong Kong students have been so good at accommodating for us and showing us around.
We'd like to say a massive thank you to VTC and the Technological Higher Education Institute. They've all been so friendly. They're always checking how we are, and just a massive thank you for them. It has been so much fun.
I'd like to thank the VTC for inviting us, and I hope that the VTC can continue to promote STEM along all students and improve the world with STEM.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International STEM Students Forum 2020 is about to resume. May I invite all guests to be seated. Please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, the International STEM Students Forum 2020 is about to resume. May I invite all guests to be seated. Please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ISSF 2020. Let's move on to the second session of today. Panel discussion with industry leaders, skill shifting for a digital future.
In this session, the industry leaders are going to share their views on current trends and challenges because of technological advancement and the skills demanded in today's digital world.
It's our privilege to have the following guests as the convener of this panel discussion. Professor Eric Ma, GBS, JP, Chief Executive Officer of NWS Holdings Limited.
And the panel members are Mrs. Vivian Chung, Executive Director of Airport Operation Airport Authority Hong Kong.
Mr. Eric Chong, President and CEO of Siemens Limited.
Mr. Thomas Hall, Chief Executive of Gammon Construction Limited.
Mr. Rick Truscott, Chief Operating Officer of CLP Power Hong Kong Limited.
Please give a warm welcome to Professor Ma and the panelists.
So, distinguished guests, parents and students, good morning. I'm honored to chair this session, Skill Shifting for a Digital Future. This is a great opportunity to share and exchange novel ideas with four prominent industrial leaders. In particular, the topics on the adoption of automation and AI, the challenge posed by technology, how technology-rich environment causes profound changes in work culture as well as skill demanded. And the fourth, not the least, in what respect workplace technology acts as enabler agent for continued pursuit of business growth. Also, our discussion will cover the role of STEM education in nurturing commanders with strong problem-solving skills, creative leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit. Like the panelists join us today. We have a discussion session about 15 minutes, followed by a Q&A section on 10 minutes. So let's start. The first question is, what are the current trends, opportunities, and challenges that your business industry is facing in the era of digital transformation? In particular, to what extent would you say automated technology, such as machine learning and robotics, could replace human in the future of work? How is technology rapidly change and reshape business and industry? So to start the discussion, I would like to share a few examples, real-life examples of the technologies adopted in my business and the opportunity and new business model brought about by this technology in New World Group and also in the NWS Holding Limited. Let me start. So this is one of our projects in Hangzhou. We call the Hangzhou City Brain 2.0. This is a 103-kilometer expressway system. We install over 200 CCTV cameras. And we use AI to detect illegal vehicles, car breakdowns, traffic jams to improve the highway efficiency. And our pledge is talking about detecting an incident in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And get the response time within or less than 15 minutes. This is hard to achieve in other modern cities. Even in Hong Kong, we cannot achieve such great efficiency. And also, we aligned it with Alipay to have all these smart toll booths to collect and analyze the exact transportation movement and the pattern of vehicles. So we use the big data to analyze and plan our staff deployment and also the road alignment, road arrangements. And also on the property front, I think a lot of people work in Hong Kong, spend a lot of money on your property. But a lot of time it's a painful experience in getting a property. So we work with ASTRI and also Bank of China. They now is the first bank to participate in this blockchain platform for property transaction. Basically, this provides a new platform that will completely reshape the Hong Kong's real estate transaction, that will save time and resources, and they will provide a one-stop support for all the buyers, bankers, related parties, and the experience will experience a much fast and reliable process. So this will be a new era on the property transaction. For construction, in our Hip Hing construction, we have used a lot of, deploy a lot of construction innovation, like the use of AI. We use AI software to automate the process so that we can detect all the potential conflicts among surfaces before the construction. So that will eliminate a lot of unnecessary abortive work. And also, we use this Beam Cave. It's a virtual reality application. So all the visitors, including non-technical professionals or even a client, they can explore the design before it's finalized, and they can experience all the detailed features about the project itself before actually we dig the soil on the ground. And that's the rough idea about the technology we use. And also on the insurance front, we are now talking about is InsurTech. We use this technology. We use the platform to document all this insurance policy, and also at the same time, that will save us a lot in the future claim process and payment process. So these are the radical changes to our industry. Maybe I can ask, let me check this sequence. May I invite Vivian to introduce about the trend of transformation in the aviation industry? Lady first, certainly. Then followed by Eric and Thomas and Rick.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Vivian Zhang. I'm the Executive Director at Airport Authority, looking after the airport operation. I I want to introduce what we have been doing in the past 5 years. We create a group called Smart Airport, and we focus on how to be innovative. Rather than using what have been traditional using in the airports, we start to look at things that we can actually innovate ourselves. In fact, many of the things you're going to see later on are developed locally. Even some of them are, I think, from our staff and with some students together. Okay, a little bit marketing, just that. We are in such a small city, I mean, 7 million residents. We actually have a 75 million passenger every year, and we're still the #1 cargo, operating the most cargo in the world in the past 9 years. We are working on a concept. We want to turn an airport city to a city airport to an airport city. So we are expanding our land into a 3-runway system, and also nearby us, there's a Dongchong city. We're gonna make that as a very much a supporting environment to bring that a city airport to a concept of airport city. If there's opportunity, I would like to introduce more, but today I will focus on how do we use technology to support this airport city. So our pace of digital transformation still being accelerated despite the pandemic. You will see that this photo shows you that how many aircraft. We have actually over 300 aircraft parking our airport. It's never been in the history. Just focusing on this pandemic situation, we actually, probably you've seen the newspaper, we have several things, including that we have a little booth for our staff to go in. They can sanitize themselves before they go home, because in the airport, people might think that's a higher risk environment, that you have many arrival passengers may carry a virus. So going to this little booth for 40 seconds, you can sanitize yourself. And also that we have robots help us to sanitize the entire terminal. They will go around themselves using different kind of technology. On the right-hand corner, that's the cleaning robot. Those are for the pandemic. But for the real airport operation, we have quite a lot of self-service. That also helped during the pandemic. We want to reduce the contact point between humans. So we are pushing quite a lot of self-help technology. In fact, the next phase, you don't need to check in or using this check-in mobile machine in the terminal. We are trying to help you to check in on your mobile. Not just check in, you can do actually print your tag. Right now, you can get a boarding pass, e-boarding pass through your mobile phone. And very soon, you're going to get also an e-tag for you can print a tag at home to tag on your luggage yourself. Okay. And then also, for boarding throughout the entire journey, you don't need to see your check-in agent anymore. You have your face. Once you check in on your mobile, our system will recognize your face when you go through the entire terminal, including go through security checking system, immigration, and finally boarding. It should be a seamless process, all using face. So face become your ID. And other things like using artificial intelligence, that our entire apron, or not only the aircraft being tracked, or the vehicle in the apron are being tracked. By the way, this is a joint study with CU, Chinese U students. They do a project. Now we're going to upgrade to 5G, but meanwhile, we're using mobile phone and using satellite to track all these systems, all the aircraft and all the vehicle. So tracking them, we will know that their positioning. We'll also know why were the aircraft being delayed or on time. Does the catering deliver the food? Are they on time? Is that the reason caused the aircraft delay? So all those data put in together become a big data, help us to analyze the behavior of apron or the aircraft. And we also have worked with another university to create a tracking system for the trolley. if you are all user in the airport, using a trolley, in fact, we have all the CCTV monitoring the trolley. We know where they are and how many are they, where they have been going. Okay. And then we have a mobile patrol, terminal patrol robot. They will go around measuring the temperature and seeing that if there's dirty things on the floor, and they will automatically call out cleaning lady to handle it. We're going to dress up, make it prettier. And also, this is local invention that you can check the runway, healthiness of a runway. Again, this win many, many awards internationally, local invention. This is a baggage tax circulation. We have a lot of things need to circulate among the terminal. So instead of have people pushing them around, we have this little robot to deliver it inside the terminal. Okay, so you don't need people to pushing around. And most proudly present that it's a driverless vehicle. Now in Hong Kong public road, we still don't allow any driverless vehicle. But in our apron, we govern the rule ourselves. So this right-hand side, we're actually starting late last year. Using this driverless vehicle, you can drive the luggage from plant to the basement. Okay, as you can see, have no one driving this vehicle at all. It's just driving around on the apron itself. Okay, it pass all the tasks, including severe weather, during the severe weather. And next things I want to show you is that there's actually more technology, next generation mobility at the Hong Kong IA. We're going to upgrade to 5G, and we have private mobile network to help all those automation. In fact, there's quite a lot of invention. We work locally with science park and universities, and Polytech, and also a school like yours. So we hope that we will identify more young kids willing to work with us with more projects later on. Okay, thank you.
So Tom, Eric first.
Thank you, Eric. Firstly, I think it's a privilege to be here among students. I understand this forum is held for students. And secondly, particularly where the topic is STEM, because both as a company, STEM is very important to us. And also personally, I do have a STEM background. I have an electronics engineering degree many, many years ago. In fact, in those days, we still studied the tubes, right? Triodes and the diodes. So I'm that old, by the way. I think STEM has provided a good background for my career. Of course, in the process, I went on to do business education and so on. So, but definitely, I think STEM provides, if you ask me personally, more than a good education, but it provides us a way of looking at things. I think as an engineer, I have to say, sorry, we do look at things differently. Even in business today, I still use analytical skills that I learned in the lab many years ago, by the way. I think that's something I would like to inspire students, not to think of STEM only as, oh, I will be an engineer or I'll be a scientist, but there are indeed many other fields that you can really go into with a basic STEM education. But then enough said, so maybe then I'll just spend the next couple of minutes talking a bit about STEM, how it is important for our business, and how I think it really is helping, supporting the great transformation as we see in our business. So firstly, for us, we always start with a why. So for us, why is STEM important? Or maybe why is science and technology important? This is a slide that you can find on the website, and in Siemens, we talk about this every day. In fact, our business revolves around this so-called mega trends. And if you look at the mega trends, it really decides what business we should be in, or it can actually tell you what business will still be around in 30 years from now. Because one of the great mega trends is demographic change, aging population. That creates two problems. Humans live longer, they want a better life, they want more health care, right? But then, sorry, costs cannot go up so much. So then you need to be innovative. You need to talk about personalized medicine and whatever. So a lot of innovation in there. On the other hand, if you look at Hong Kong, aging population creates problems for the workforce, right? If you look at the construction industry, I think Thomas will be the first one to say, we have many, many workers that are 55 and above.
Yeah.
So what do we do? I mean, you know, you still need to construct. So again, innovation is important. So demographic change is a driver in both ways. We do have a healthcare business, we call it Siemens Healthineers, that provides diagnostic and medicine and so on. So we think that that business will be around for a long time, although it will change. The second one, and I won't go through all five, I just like to pick on is maybe urbanization. Cities are getting bigger. People are moving into cities. So what happens in Hong Kong or even in the Greater Bay Area? Firstly, you know, the people in cities are more demanding, right? Today they want to go from place to place in 30 minutes. Tomorrow maybe they want to do it in 25 minutes. So the demand is going up. So what is the standard today, tomorrow have to be shorter, right? The second thing is the density. In Hong Kong, we are famous, right? We have the most dense population. So instead of looking only at 2D sharing of space, why not sharing of time, right? That's where Airbnb comes in. So 3D focus or innovation on density. And the last but not least, of course, you need dependable infrastructure. I have to say, many people does not know we have the most dependable infrastructure in Hong Kong, by the way. Although we say this doesn't work, that may not work, but again, I like to look at Rick, 99.999, right? Yeah. In Hong Kong, we have electricity supply that does not, but less than 3 minutes a year if you work that out. So amazing, unbelievable, I have to say, because it's very important. And the last thing I like to say would be climate change, because again, it's a topic that is affecting us all. Climate change, in a way, is a very easy problem. How do you do more with less carbon, right? Unfortunately, energy use increased, so how do I go low carbon? Again, there's a lot of innovation, maybe beyond electric cars and so on. So for us, these are big drivers of the future. And if you look at it, many of them need STEM, because innovation, engineering, technology needs STEM. Basically, technology and innovation allows you to do more with less. Productivity gain. So this we see is a big driver of technology for the future. So for us, what do? We do electrification, automation, and digitalization, very simple. First, we electrify, be it the assembly line, be it the electric cars, be it whatever. I mean, in a way, if you have electricity, chances are Siemens is there because that's our background. I have to add that we no longer own the washing machine lines because we sold that off somewhere. But anything that is electricity, chances are there's a Siemens behind. But then that's not enough. How do you do more with less? We automate. And in the last few years, we digitalize. Of course, then comes back to the question of what Eric has said. Then, you know, people get replaced and so on. But I have to add that it is not man versus machine, you know. Our experience is adding man or human and machine, you can actually increase productivity, which goes back to what I said earlier. You need that to solve the mega trend. So again, it's not about humans versus machine. Humans working with machines, using AI, using innovation, using big data, improves productivity tremendously. And digitalization is one thing that is driving the change. I won't spend so much time here, but we have this concept called digital twin, whereby the next stage of digitalization, we believe, will be in the industrial space. We are so used to digitalization personally, right? We can't, someone has said that they would rather leave home without their wallet than their handphone, right? So we believe that the next stage in digitalization will be in the industry, IoT and so on. will enable what we call a digital twin, which allows a lot of work to be done in the cyberspace versus the physical space. A very simple example I like to use is nobody really type a letter anymore, right? You draft and you simulate and you change a letter in Word or whatever, and then you print it out. So it is the same concept where you have a digital twin of an asset. You can do a lot of simulation before you actually produce the asset. So I end with the last slide. I mean, there's many examples of what technology and IoT and science can do, but energy consumption with big data, with an analysis of the input, you can actually do predictive, you can actually do prescriptive. We have a concept called AI chiller, where we get all the data from the chiller plant, and it issues instructions, SMS, to the facilities manager to tweak the system based on algorithms that was developed from other places. So this is where AI and IoT comes together to, again, increase the productivity of the people in the building. And again, it's not about jobs loss, it's about how do I run my building better with less people, which is what we all need to do, especially in Hong Kong, again, because of aging population and so on. So I'll end with that thought.
Okay. So Thomas?
Okay, so good morning, students and parents. And my task today is very simple. I think Eric told me, I think so. We need to tell, I think, all of you what is a trend of the construction industry, and what Kerry had been saying to me, how can I attract all of you to our most traditional sort of sector and then move along into this STEM digital sort of world. So I think what both Eric and Eric mentioned, I think our industry has been very traditional. I think in the global McKinsey report, they classify our industry as only second to agriculture and hunting. But then you can then see the trend is so different. For me, it's really exciting time with the maturity on all this sort of AI, IoT, and whatnot. We are really transforming ourselves into this digital world. Instead of, I think, me talking, I'd like to show you a humble contractor in Hong Kong, how they are now transforming, I mean, ourselves. How can we really, the challenges of us is not about the AI or innovation, and how to implement this. The whole world is looking for efficiency and productivity. You can then see, I think, other than the aging demographic of our workers, construction costs in Hong Kong is still Asia #1. We still need to build, I think, a residential at $4,000, $5,000, I think, per square foot. It's not sustainable. So that's why the whole world is trying to adopt, I think, technology so that we can really streamline and also to manage, I think, the whole facility from the design to the FM side. I think what airport authority is trying to do. When you enter, I think, the airport, you have this digital journey, I think, without any hassle. This is what we are dreaming of. So that's why, without further ado, I'd like to show you, I think, a humble experience of us. We're trying to move from the most traditional brick and mortar to a smart and a digital contractor of choice. And we are happy, looking from the industry, I think, how to adopt the 4.0 and also what the Development Bureau have been advocating this construction 2.0. So BIM, as I think Eric has said, is really the fundamental thing. That's why for students, you need to be aware of this. I think if you don't know BIM, don't enter our industry. So the chairman, I think, in his opening speech, collaboration is really the word. How can we have this common data environment, capturing all those data? So digital procurement, and then we can then again do the FM, I think, as well, adopting this 4D and 5D. Again, this is logistics or management. This day, everyone is talking about MIC and DFMA, Design for Manufacturing and Assembly. We have a few projects adopting all this. It's not just the structure we can do, it's the ABWF, the builders work as well. In the aluminum window, we can make use of the beam drawing and then cast into the CNC machine, and the extrusion will come out. So this is the digital twin that I think what Eric is talking about. This is the twin-moon cloud link. We do, I think, 7,000, 8,000 E&M module within a few months. Without this, nothing can be done. So this is the industry 4.0 and construction 2.0. This is the MIC, I think, mock-up, I think, that we did for CIC. And Kerry have visited and really impressed with the production. More importantly is the safety aspect. This is the digital project management we are advocating. Digital twin, as Eric has said, how to really link up the data from the design to construction, to installation, and then to the FM. And we'll be putting a lot more sensors into the infrastructure. So in order to be smart, then you need to be how to track all those. And with those sensors, in fact, we can eliminate this or dismantle the formwork much earlier. So it's not just the infrastructure, I mean, residential building, we can adopt, I mean, as well. On all of our side, we have a lot of cranes, and the cranes can adopt the AI and then measure how many workers and what are their productivity, and then you can manage. So this is the IBTD connector. I think most of the challenge is to connect the last 100 meters from the technology to the phase, the work phase of workers and staff. And that's how we do this, to make it real. Again, you can do it on our piling as well, using our piling rig, using AI to get the root of the piling rig, I think, which is the most advantageous sort of streamlining. Then QA/QC obviously is so important. We can't, all the risk form cannot disappear. So we develop a software, we can then be blockchain and then can be locked onto BIM as well. This is really the way to go for managing infrastructures. We call it Inspector. And I've been used for at least, I think, 100 sites, I think, for the Inspector, both from government or for me to share that with our customers as well. So this is for the defects rectification. So it's a common data environment. They say, in order to have collaboration, you need to share the one single sort of area of truth for each and everyone, from designer, client, contractor, and supply chain. Okay, that's roughly, I think, I'd like to tell you, the whole sort of construction industry is now really moving from the traditional brick and mortar into this route. I think that's what I think we are sort of targeting. So
thank you very much for your sharing. It's very striking with all this video and images. So Rick, pass on to you.
Jozan.
Wow.
I felt like I need to do a little bit of introduction to COP. I think this is only the second time I've been to Hong Kong Island since Chinese New Year. And so I think it's a little bit of an introduction may be worth it. One, COP, when we started 119 years ago, we weren't very big. We were smaller than Hong Kong Electric. Now we sell 80% of all electricity in Hong Kong. Safety is our most important thing, safety to our customers, as well as safety to our people that work with us. But the other number, and this is 99.995, and the reason why it's 5 and not the extra 9s that you talked about was because of the super typhoon. Mongkut, a couple of years ago, we had over 20 minutes of customer minutes lost during that typhoon. Normally, with typhoons and everything, we have normally about a minute. And if you think about that, that means people in Hong Kong, that 1 minute in a whole year, on average, is when you don't have electricity. Now, we're quite happy about that, but you know what? That's what our customers demand. It's something that they need. One, Hong Kong is the most vertical city in the world. I think 50% of the people live and work above the 15th floor. And if you think about that, that's quite amazing. I'm from a place in the United States called Oklahoma. It's 1,000 times bigger than Hong Kong, but it has half the population. I think we maybe have 2 buildings that have 15 floors. So you can imagine, one year we had a problem with one of our cables. A water main burst, and the water actually cut through one of our cables. On a Saturday night in July, we had a gentleman that got stuck in an elevator for about an hour. You can imagine, July, stuck in an elevator, that's not the way you want to spend a Saturday evening. So that person was quite upset, rightfully so. So we designed to make sure we keep our customers happy, and so that's one of the things that we do quite significantly. The things that we're doing right now is we have, our emphasis right now is the 3 Ds. One is decarbonization, because when we produce electricity, we use a lot of carbon to do that, a lot of fossil fuels. We're transitioning to decarbonize that, reducing the amount of coal we use, using more gas, trying to increase the amount of renewables. The second thing is decentralization. And it's a little bit like what Eric is talking about, is his digitalization and looking at basically trying to be more efficient in how energy is used. We still see a lot of electricity being used, as Eric says, because that enables a lot of the technologies and a lot of things that we do. But we look at more vehicles coming, electric vehicles being more and more predominant in Hong Kong. We're also looking at more renewable energy, trying to incrementally reduce that carbon that we use in the energy sector. And the final thing, and I'll talk about that more today, is really digitalization. And the digitalization is really the key in enabling our ability to make our customers happy by obviously improving our safety, our reliability, but also driving down cost. Because you just can't keep raising cost and expect people to happily pay that. So one of the things, that's one of the biggest things that we're trying to do is using technologies. Now, the first thing, I talk about a smart grid. I'm a mechanical engineer by background, and I've been more on the generation side. About 3 years ago, I started working in power systems and the transmission and distribution. Didn't know much about it, but I was very amazed at that time to know, do you know how we normally find out that somebody has no electricity? We don't get alarms, unless it's a really big problem. We'll get alarms, obviously. But usually on an individual basis, they call us. They call us. Because there's so many customers and the technology is so difficult to put in place. So that's how we have to find out. I remember one of the first typhoons that we were managing, we had a person that didn't have electricity for 8 hours. And then when he called us, he said, well, I don't have any electricity. He said, well, why didn't you call us before? And he said, well, it was a typhoon. Didn't expect any I expected the power to be out. And so we didn't know for 8 hours. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to take that grid and make it smart. We've done a number of things. CLP has done a number of automating the transition to switching. So when we have a fault, it will switch to automatically so we don't lose power. So that's one of the things we've done. But some of the things we're doing now is trying to make it more and more intelligent so we can reduce the energy that was lost in terms of efficiency, as well as increase the reliability. Now, that digitalization, what does that help you do? One, as I said, it helps customers save energy. The other thing is it opens up a lot of different things that we have to do. So if you look at whether you have more jobs, but a lot of people are saying you're automating and you don't need people with technical skills. Well, we do. Because what's happening is we're changing some of the manual things that we do. And one of my examples in a second, I'll show you that. But we're doing things, we need to have more people that understand the technologies. So there's different skills that we need as we're going through our evolution and our development. But these are the type of things that we're looking at. All of that is all about trying to keep our safety of people, as well as keeping our customers happy. And that's where it's all directed, but we need technologies to do that. Now, my specific example right here is about meters. On the left-hand side, you got electrical mechanical meters. They work great. 25, 30 years, you just put them in place. You can go in some of these old Daitongs and you can see them, right? They've been there forever. They work well. We look at that one time every 2 months, truthfully, because we send bills every 2 months. That's the one data point that we get. So if you look at how do I get more information to use that energy smarter, you don't have much information to do that. So what we're doing is we're moving to smart meters, and what that does is that's 1,440 in a month. Basically every 15 minutes we get a data point about how much energy is being used, and so we can use that information to be more efficient. Also, if you look at one of the things that we had in Super Typhoon Mangkhut, the problem was not in Kowloon and Chim Cha Choi. It was up to people in the the new territories. That's where they didn't have the power. So one of the things we've been doing is installing these meters so when the power does go out, we get an alarm. And so most of our customers now in the new territories have that ability so that we can, from a safety perspective, you can imagine somebody has life-saving equipment for medical equipment to keep your breathing and some types of things like that. If you have that alarm, then we can make sure that we serve them very quickly because we have on our systems, we know where those customers are. So those are the type of things that helps us. Okay, and so when I also look at it from a personnel perspective, electrical, mechanical, basically what we had to do is we have an army of meter readers that went out and looked at all these meters. On the right-hand side, we don't need meter readers, but we need engineers, we need technical people that actually understands how to make that system because it's a much more automated type of system. So we need telecommunications. We need to understand actually how the communications work. We also need to know how those technologies work. Now, what the smart meters do, I've mentioned that in a number of places, it enables the efficient use, but it also enables things for like using renewable energy. We have what they call the feed-in tariff. So if you have a house or if you have a flat space somewhere, you can go put a solar panel and then we will buy that electricity from you. Because we're trying to encourage use of low carbon or zero carbon energy. So there's a number of things there that the smart meters and the smart grid actually enables us. And the last thing I want to say is a digital transition. On the left-hand side, basically the things we've been doing forever. The smart meters, power grids, everything. In the past, we didn't get data because one, it was too expensive. The technology that did not exist, or if it did exist, it was much more expensive to be able to get that information now. But with the evolution of the devices, as well as the evolution of the telecommunications network, we can very much get very cheap data to us, and then we can take that data and analyze it to basically turn it and make it into insights. The one insight that I like to do is basically trying to reduce the energy that you use. Because what that does, it reduces the carbon. Now, I might be old. Eric mentioned the fact that we're really old. But my daughter and my kids are not. And I think that what we need to do is we need to reduce the amount of energy so we can make the environment and the world a better place for the next generation. Okay? And this type of digitalization actually helps us do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us all this advancement in technology in your different fronts and how can it improve our daily life. So I think a lot of audience in here, they would like to know how vital is STEM in the design and development of your new and innovative high-techs and also in your products. So how important are those STEM education? So who would like to ask first? Eric?
Yeah. I think I think I started with the importance of STEM also personally. Again, going back to the example of the digital twin, a large part of our business is factory automation, not in Hong Kong, but other parts of the world. And we are in the middle of this Industry 4.0. So, 10 years ago when we hire someone for our factory automation division, which we call it that, the person would need to be engineering-based, not so much science and mathematics. But today, because of this Industry 4.0, where a lot of the manufacturing and design and simulation. So if you look at a car manufacturer today, and we have a lot of customers in the car plant, basically they have moved a lot of their processes, even the testing. So a lot of the wind tunnel testing, we have software that tests the seats, by the way. And a lot of the testing and simulation is already done in the what we call the virtual world, the digital twin. And only after the product is finalized and the quality meets the requirements, it is transferred back to the factory floor. So the benefit of this is shorter time to market. So if you look at cars, very typically you get new car models every day. But coming back to STEM, then you need people that are good in algorithms. You need people that are good in data analytics. You need people that are good in BIM, for instance, because we have CAD/CAM and so on, similar software in the factory space. So I think STEM will be, I have to say, the basic fundamental foundation if you really want to exist in, for instance, this Industry 4.0 space. Again, mathematics is the basis for algorithms, right? And then science gives you the thought process to look at all this. So I'm not saying that there's no room for the creative arts. Just life, I think it is such that you do still need a bit of creativity on top of that. But which comes first, if you ask me, is actually STEMs come first.
Thanks, Eric. What about William from an airport setting? How is he a STEM?
I have a computer science background, so I don't know where that counts. It's a
That
STEM or
counts,
not.
certainly.
It counts, right?
Science.
But I do feel that's important. I somehow feel that computer science background provide me a very strong training on logic thinking, and airport environment require a lot of logic process. And so I think that's a foundation. If you do good engineering, do good physics, and do good mathematics, that's your logic. That's how I feel. Must be very, very good. But then going back to our airport environment. We do find that recently we have a problem looking for younger generation that are interested in engineering type of subject. There's a lot of people want to go to, especially in Hong Kong, want to go to finance sector maybe. But even finance sector nowadays going to fintech, right? They are looking also for people who have some sort of technology background. And for us, a small land, we want to cater 73 million passenger. We're going to be more than 73 million, probably 100 million, 120 million. How can we fit in all this cargo and people in such small land? So technology is vital to us. Technology basically helps us three things: make us more customer service, more efficient, better customer service, better safety and security. Of course, I think one thing that people are going to talk about, yes, reduce labor work. Will the technology replace human beings' work? I don't think, I don't think so. But yes, it reduces some repetitive work and also labor work. So first things we deploy I just show you some of the video, is a robot, right? And those robots, many of them actually think and create by local students. Wow. And nowadays I don't think students need to, I actually 20 years ago worked for another company, study robotic control, where they do automation to manufacture cars. At the time, you really need to code from assembly, see, line by line. But nowadays, you create a robot, there's a lot of high-level language, a lot of package put together, you actually create a robot. It's not that difficult anymore. So STEM is not a challenge, a big challenge for students, I think. So we just need to create more interest to the students, understand what those knowledge can be useful. Okay.
Thank you. May I change the question a little bit for Thomas and also for Rick? Is how abundant opportunities for young people to pursue the STEM as a career?
I think, Eric, is huge. Maybe let me put in, I think, a few examples. When I first joined the industry, so I'm a sort of site manager. When I go into a plant room, I think I will be doing all by myself. But these days, when I will need to go to the plant room, I need to at least get 4 engineers, I think, with me. 風火水電. So ventilation, electrical, fire services, 4 engineers. So that's why I really need this, I think, multi-skilling and also the innovation in STEM. Another example I'd like to, I think, tell you is, these days, as I just said, I think the whole industry is moving on to the MIC and DFMA, same as we're doing car. Design for manufacture and assembly. All those will be precast, prefab, and then delivered to site, and then install, and then FM, and then do this, I think, smart soil analytic. So unless you capture the STEM with innovation, you're never able to do this. This is really, I think, huge opportunity behind. But sadly, I think for some of, I think, the teaching institution, they still sort of going through the academic thing, but I think Kerry did really well. You had the BIM lab, you have all this. This is exactly the thing we should be aspiring into, I think.
Yeah. Maybe
Yes,
Rick?
Eric.
Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
When I look at our industry, and as Eric said, most things are being electrified. That's what people are doing. They're transferring the internal combustion engine in cars, making electric vehicles. We're enabling much more data centers, and that's one of our biggest growth in the new territories is the construction of data centers to enable a higher, I guess, more advanced society. So if I look at that, I look at our business. Our business is a enabler. We're providing almost a basic need at this point in our society of electricity. And as we continue to evolve in terms of the technologies, we're going to continue to need to provide electricity. We need people to be able to do that, not only, as I said, safely and reliably, but at the same time driving the cost down and doing it in such a way that basically we're providing a better service to the people. And so we look at, and to be able to do that, we need people with science and STEM backgrounds. If you can't do that, if you just have accountants and so on, you need those. You need a balanced team. But at the same time, you certainly need people that actually have the science background to be able to evolve and continually improve what we're doing.
Thank you very much. I think there's plenty of opportunities for all these STEM students. And at the same time, I think there's another question about what are the opportunities for the women in the industry, in the STEM. So I think that's a question we need to answer. So I prepared two slides to share my view. So my background, I came from a consulting industry, from the consulting practice. So a lot of people have a misconception about the male dominance or gender stereotype for engineers and STEM colleagues. But indeed, you can see there's tremendous improvement over these years. So this is some of the key personnel, very senior executive in the consultant practice. They are young, energetic ladies. They have been excelled in the consultant practice, leading thousands of the staff. So there are plenty of opportunities for women in the field. And also, I would like to share with you one of the case. This is one of my graduates in our team, Michelle. She's a graduate from a girls' school and pursued her dream. And now graduated from the PolyU with a building engineering and management. And she's working with us for 7 years, one of the brightest graduates we have. Over the years, she says most important, ladies have great power, like in the bubble here. They are more considerate, they are more thoughtful, and have very good communication skill. And they have very good and effective presentation skill as well. So that's the reason why a lot of women excel in this area. So may I pass on to Thomas first, sharing about your experience in this area. Thomas.
I know the Xiao Long Lui is the one who did MIC for Science Park. It was, I think, last week. Within 2 hours, she have installed 5 modules. It's really
fine Lego box,
fantastic.
Huge Lego box.
I mean, the full flat with M&E, everything. So 2 hours, 5 blocks, I think is fantastic. Yeah. And again, so women in construction, again, I'd like to show you, I think, it's not just, I think, the big MD, I think, but also on construction side, I think, ladies are managing all the men.
建造業係一個好直接嘅工作，即係譬如我起一棟樓，我會見到個 end product 嗰棟樓嘅時候，嗰個 satisfaction，第二啲工作未必俾得到。我係地質勘探嘅 project manager 啦，咁主要嘅工作範圍咧，其實就係喺一啲土壤裏邊咧，係攞一啲泥板或者係石板啦，去到實驗室做一啲測試嘅工作。咁呢啲測試工作得到嘅數據咧，就可以攞嚟咧俾第時嘅建築設計用嘅。其實地盤都已經係逐漸改變咗咧，即係無論係對於員工嗰個關顧啊，或者係需要嗰個技術範疇係多樣性咗嘅，唔再淨係話需要單一嘅勞動力就去做到嗰個事情，因為其實而家地盤好多時候需要嘅 skills 咧係可能係一啲 technology 方面嘅嘢，咁其實呢方面反而女仔未必輸蝕嘅。再者就係個環境上嘅改善啦，咁令到其實而家係多咗好多女性入行嘅，亦都係做得幾好嘅，即係喺個表現上面。喺金門裏邊咧，除咗話你喺工程上或者你個學科上嘅training 之外咧，其實有時有啲soft skills 或者係一啲 CSR 嘅 activities 係呢方面嘅 development， 其實都幫助到我哋去建立一嚟我哋嘅 network 啦，另外就係我哋去用一啲唔同嘅perspective 去睇一啲事情過程中咧，其實我哋學到好多一啲leadership 嘅 skills， 同埋點樣去 cope with different people，appreciate 公司可以俾到一啲咁嘅機會我哋去嘗試啦。
Hope that explain.
Thank you very much. No need to explain. Such brilliant lady on the site. I think she will excel definitely. So may I invite Vivian to have some final remark, concluding remark on this from the woman's perspective.
Sure. I think that in Hong Kong, like I mentioned, I used to work in US in research and development sector. That really is a pure science or engineering research. But in Hong Kong, most are applying engineering, applied science. Yeah. And so even in our place, we have a lot of women help us to put a project together. I mean, especially female have mentioned over there that very good in detail, very good in communication, very organized. So they are very good project manager, actually. Yeah. So with some background on understanding what engineering or science can do for their work, they can actually monitor the project or go through any, and also coordinate the project quite well. I think from that perspective that certainly that training, that training part or the part of having women in that workforce is really helpful. But through the education, however, we've seen that we have seen that many women or female start to join the engineering part of the workforce. We have two types of MT. One is management MT, the other type of engineer MT. In the past 5 years, we've seen more female being recruited as an engineer MT. And they do very well. They perform very well. Not only just in the interview, and throughout the several years in the career life in our company, also do very well. But just that, as I mentioned, that after 30, 35, they disappear from the office. Probably they do have to go back home to take care of their family. So that's the part I think that we need to work hard. Sure. To keep them, to maintain them. I believe that in the school, VTC probably also see more female join the engineering school. I certainly think that there's no difference between man and woman in terms of a learning engineer mechanism. And I even think that from project management point of view, female are actually stronger than men.
Yeah, so totally agree. I think there is a bright future for women in the STEM and also engineering field. And in terms of time, in view of the time, so may I just take one or two questions because I know we have overrun quite a lot. So there's a gentleman at the back.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Calvin, a VDC student from Hong Kong. I have a big question. I would like to know what personal or professional attributes would big firms to be considered when recruiting STEM students? Yeah, I think all of us would like to know.
Thank you, Calvin. Who would like to take it? Maybe Rick, do you want to take it?
Sure.
A big company like yours.
When we look at hiring people, there's obviously engineering skills, but to me, the most important is about the individual, how diligent are their work ethic. Those are the type of things that are very, very difficult to train. A lot of the technical skills are things that we can work with, and actually what we do is we take the base that people come with to our business, and then we add onto that specific training about how we manage and the jobs within COP to do our job. But the most critical aspect is the individual, what interests they have. We're not necessarily interested in somebody that is very single-dimensional. We want somebody that has a wide perspective and looking at the world. Because if you look at what we talked about, Eric talked about creativity and engineering. We can't really separate them in our business because we need engineers, but at the same time we have to continue to come up with new solutions. So we need somebody that has a wide perspective, that's not just limited to the technical areas, and we need somebody that actually is able to demonstrate strong leadership, as well as strong work ethic. Those are very difficult to train and provide people.
So anyone who want to supplement? Maybe Vivian?
I totally agree with Richard that, in fact, I think some people may think that I need to be very good in grade in school in order to get a good job. I think you need to pass certain grade, but you don't need to get 4.0 or straight A in order to get a good job. Really, attitude is very important. Your passion for a certain type of work and also your professionalism once you join the workforce. At the very beginning, we might not be able to see the leadership because of an entry job, but then your attitude will really show whether you're passionate on your work, with your work, or you just think, just find gong la, that kind of attitude, really, that we're looking for people that are committed to the workforce.
Yeah, totally agree. I think from my recruitment experience, I think we look at those people who have us self-motivated and the ability to learn. I think that's very important because nowadays technology is evolving so rapidly. Almost, I think the knowledge you learn from school will be virtually outdated by the time you graduate. I think that's basically the situation we have. Yeah.
Yes, I think maybe for contractor. Hello, maybe for contractor, maybe a little bit more tough. We really would like, I think, the candidate to be willing to make their hands dirty, unfortunately, because we still would be sort of looking at the BIM, we still need, I think, the setting out. So that's why when a graduate engineer come to, I think, Gammon, to start with, he or she need to do, I think, 3 months or 6 months of leveling or survey. Because without knowing how to coordinate the drawings together and to be able to work where the levels are coming from, you can't really project manage. And the next 6 months would be doing BIM. So this is really the two things that we need to do. And I really agree with the mindset. These days, is this collaborating sort of spirit that we required.
So in view of time, maybe I'll just take one or two questions from the iMessages. That's one I project. Can you project here? The first question. The question is, innovation is a critical key to success. How do you allocate your resources to enhance the product and services to gain advantages in competitive environment? I think we're going to have a product. Maybe Eric have more insight on how to allocate resources in enhancing your products.
I don't think you can sort of separate the two. When you look at product and service today, you have to make sure it's innovative. Because, so I don't know how I can answer that. For sure, it's a critical key to success. And when we design the product, we have to innovate. And let me explain a little bit, but I'll be very quick. That today, we design a product from the customer. Because innovation, in a way, is about whether you meet the customer's needs, doing more with less, blah, blah, blah. So today, we start the innovation process with the customer. 10 years ago, you design a product in a factory, R&D, and send it to you. Some customers like it. So today, for instance, Eric knows, we have a lab, digital lab at the Science Park. So we invite the customers in. Your problem is you want to do this, but you don't have that, and then we work together on a solution. We call it co-creation, using MindSphere, by the way. And then that's how we build innovation. So you really start from the beginning. You can't design and then say, I want to put innovation on top.
Yeah, so we always need to ahead of the curve. Yeah. So we have time for another question. Is any more question from the iMessage? Okay. To what extent would you say STEM subjects are essential across the many interdisciplinary industries? So you always mention about this cross discipline. I think everyone, Vivian and Thomas. Rick, what about?
Eric kind of mentioned it quite well when he talks about the discipline and what you learn in the engineering field is a fantastic foundation block for someone's career, because what it teaches you is a way to analyze and to work through an issue or a problem to be able to come up with a solution. And so if you start off with an engineering degree, there's almost no end. For example, our chief financial officer for CLP is an engineer. He doesn't have a finance degree. He has an MBA, but he doesn't have a finance degree. He started off as an engineer and spent quite a few years as an engineer before he moved into the finance sector. So to us, it's critical, especially in managing our business. So the more engineers we have in our business, because it's so dependent on the engineering industry, that adds value to what we can do because people understand better about the business.
Yeah. Anything you want to supplement? Thomas first.
Yeah, actually, I mentioned in my very beginning introduction, I also think that engineering kind of discipline, a foundation in our workforce. In fact, it presents a process thinking, logic thinking to deal with our business. I think not just our business, in other discipline, even in finance industry, that I can see that people with a strong STEM type of background, actually, eventually, of course, right now, nowadays, we talk about combined study. With an engineer background, you have another finance subject or historical other subject. Actually, it will help you to create even better career. So I think starting with engineering, build a foundation, then maybe later on you combine with some of our other interests. That will, give you a multidiscipline. In fact, give you more advantage in your career.
Yeah. Okay. Thomas, very short comment. I mean, in order to be successful, I think you need to specialize, I think, in your own trade. But then you need to appreciate other disciplines in all sectors, no matter what.
Thank you. So the MC is standing right next to us, so I know it's time for us to wrap up our session. So thank you for all the prominent leaders in the industry sharing with us about the future of STEM in the various industry, in particular about this digital transformation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ma and the panelists for such an informative discussion. Please remain on stage and take a group photo. Thank you. Would all the guests please remain on stage for another group photo?
May we now invite Mr. Tong Lee Tai, Chairman of Vocational Training Council Hong Kong, and Dr. Kerry Yao, GBS JP Executive Director of Vocational Training Council Hong Kong, for group photo with the speakers. Mr. Tai and Dr. Yao, please. Thank you very much. Please take your seat.
Thank you everyone for joining us. It's been a fruitful morning all round.
Don't forget to come back for the afternoon session. After lunch, we will have STEM student project presentations and STEM graduates career development sharing.
Enjoy your lunch and see you all again.
See you! Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session of the International STEM Students Forum 2020 is about to begin. May I invite all guests to be seated. Please set your mobile phones to silent mode.
Simay.
Welcome back to the International STEM Students Forum 2020. We are the MCs of today's afternoon session. All of us are from the Vocational Training Council, VTC of Hong Kong. I'm Terry from the Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
My name is Jessica, and I'm also from the Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
And I'm Zachary from Youth College.
After a fruitful morning, we'll begin this afternoon with STEM student project presentations, followed by STEM graduates' career development sharing.
Let's watch a short video to show how the project teams get through the challenges and difficult time. done, project teams. Without further ado, let's get started with the presentations.
Do ask questions or leave your comments by scanning the QR code at the back of your name badge.
There will be 6 joint student project presentations under 4 sub-themes: Smart City Development, Green and Sustainable Development, IoT Applications, and Health Technology.
The first presentation is Implementing Virtual Reality, VR, on Construction Professional Training. Let's give a warm welcome to students from RMIT University, Australia, and Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education Vocational Training Council. RMIT students, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our joint presentation between RMIT University Australia and VTC Hong Kong on the implementation of virtual reality in professional construction training. My name is Abram Hoffman. I'm here with Chris and Isaac from RMIT University, along with Andrew, Kelvin and Ewing from Hong Kong. Like many students, our academic journey to develop professional construction skills has not been without challenges. The most common of these include lack of site access, interpreting complex construction documentation to what is built, and wider project management concepts. This is a big deal when you think about it, as an industry success is governed by its ability to produce skilled people. If you care about education, this is the defining question of our time. But how did we get here? Like most great ideas, it begins with inspiration, exploring the feasibility of VR and developing a usable framework. Through brainstorming and lots of research, we were able to create a VR framework to develop a VR mobile application. The framework firstly consists of input mechanisms consisting of 360-degree panoramic images, inputted into EduVenture's Composer. Supplementary images are added into these images which align with course learning objectives. Mobile devices are used to access these images by students both inside and outside the classroom. Once the framework was developed, we then need to look at the methodology used to create these mobile applications. For this, I would like to introduce Isaac from RMIT University.
Hi, my name is Isaac from RMIT University. The fish-shown diagram demonstrates how our VR application come about. It outlines the sequence starting from research to collaboration, data collection, development of the application, and ending with testing of the application developed. These processes will be further elaborated in the following slide. RMIT VR team coordinated with lecture to come up with themes for construction technology learning that can be embedded into construction management courses. Students then team up with industry leader like Probiel to arrange for construction site visits. It is conducted in a group of 2 to 3 people to capture specific 360-degree panoramic view picture to form key themes of construction technology like formwork and building services. The captured picture would be added with relevant information to assist students' learning. These pictures would then be integrated into EduVenture VR application, forming their respective module under their corresponding courses. These developed VR application went through in-class testing and received positive feedback from students. For the following slide, I would like to pass on to Chris from RMIT.
Thank you, Isaac. Hi, I'm Chris, representing RMIT Australia. So one of our findings throughout this project was that and you can see this through the left pictures on slides, 2D pictures could hardly give early construction-related students a clear picture of what is going on real site. So that's why 360 VR panoramic pictures help students understand better of the complexity and details involved in architectural drawings. And also, a bridge gap created by lack of industry experience as well. The next slide demonstrates one of the results and findings throughout this project, in which these two apps were developed via the Adventure platform, where we generated the baseline of those apps and categorized the photos we took on site based on the plot we set for the app. The two apps, which are Structures and Materials 2, form of design and building services, HVAC recognition and design, were basically relied on text to shape the storyline. And also, question-based scenes were used into building services app, which would bring more interactions between students and app itself in order to boost the teaching performance overall. Upon what is shown on these slides, 600 Church Street of Icon project is one of our most iconic sites being used in the apps we developed. The slide shows what exactly an end user or student will capture while wearing the VR goggle. And in the future, lecturers of each course could easily use this format to demonstrate what they want to teach during the class, which could give students an immersive experience while teaching them some basic concepts within the construction industry. And from now on, I'd like to introduce Ewing from VTC. Ewing, please.
Thanks, Grace, and I'm Ewing from Ivy. Let me discuss the details of the VR app. Following the established methodology, VTC started to produce a VR app in November 2019. It helps students effectively learn about construction elements and the safety and quality standard needed on construction sites. We considered several construction projects to test this on. After careful consideration, we selected a high-rise commercial building with wall cladding in Tsim Sha Tsui, because it was in the middle of construction and most of the construction activities took place at that time. The VR app was used by full-time first-year students, and they learned about construction elements like core walls, lift shafts, and safety requirements through lectures. Before they used the app, they mainly cannot envision these elements and the actual site environment. Each VR app section had a topic, such as concreting or wall cladding. Before going to the construction site, we set the learning outcomes and then determine which photos we needed for the content. Here, I'll show you an example of a storyboard. It indicates the sequence of the shoots, which photos are taken for each shoot, and the voiceover content guiding students through one point to another point during the visit. It was believed that students would continue using the VR app after they had learned something from it. To make it happen, text and voices are included in the app to help students complete their designated assessments. Also, the VR app supports personalized learning, and it is very important because students have different abilities in learning and paces of learning. Through the VR app, students are immersed in a 3D environment, and they can control the things they want to see, how long they wish to stay at each point, and the angle of their views. Now, Andrew, could you please tell us more about the review of the app? Andrew, please.
Thank you, Ewing. I'm Andrew. Now let me show you about a pilot study. A measurement was done, and we can see how students can benefit from the app. Before learning a new topic, 17 students have done assessment before and after using the app. As you can see, the mean of their score improved from 42 to 55, a 51% increase after using the app. RMIT and Ivy both reviewed the app. It was agreed that it should focus more on the construction process, and they suggest assessment should using engaging tests and voiceovers. Although the sample students learn effectively using the VR app, its efficiency needs further testing because the sample size was small. Upon project completion, we have further discussed and worked on the enhancement of the app, and we decided to apply AR to the VR app first. We create drawings, then convert them to animation, and finally upload them to a mobile app. However, it took time for production of drawings, and there has been one trial so far. In terms of app design, it was difficult for us to take photo of the desired construction activities. So we will explore the use of AR to the VR app to simulate the construction environment and process. Also, it is very important to involve construction organization for future sites. To make AR VR interesting, it could be useful for MIT and Ivy to share and develop the technologies and techniques for assessment and overall design. Continuous feedback from the industry and students will also help improve the VR app. Most importantly, it is not feasible to visit remote places to learn about the new construction technologies. For example, Melbourne and Hong Kong are now driving the development of the modular integrated construction, and we can share the relevant technologies with construction and engineering students. Now, Abram will continue to conclude the presentation. Abram, please.
Thank you, Andrew. To conclude, our project shows that the use of VR applications is a viable solution to traditional teaching methods in construction management. It provides an immersive learning experience to improve the intake of complex construction theories. This project embodies the ethos of STEM, solving real-world problems through the use of emerging technology. The applications you have seen will be used for courses within RMIT University Construction Management and VTC programs. Students will be able to learn and be given a hands-on experience without physically being on site. We hope you've enjoyed our presentation. On behalf of RMIT University, we hope you've enjoyed our presentation. I would like to open the floor to questions.
Thank you. That's fascinating. Technology never ceases to amaze me.
Here comes the Q&A session. Any questions from the floor for our presenters? Please.
Thank you for your presentation. I am Ray, VTC student from Hong Kong. Your team mentioned that VRS can create efficient and immersive learning for professional construction training. Would you like to share your feedback from users to support the argument?
Thanks for the question. I'm Chris from MIT. I'll be answering that question. I think implementing VR into construction professional training does help both sides of students and teachers to better commence their work and better being understood and teach to understood at this stage. Moreover, limiting the constraints of accessing multiple sites, especially those that are under a high-risk construction process, it will give students as well as teachers a deeper and a wider insight of the construction industry. But the highly expensiveness of VR software and equipment procurement makes VR devices being equipped with the only basic amount of FPS, causing a good number of staffs and students feeling dizzy after using specific amount of time. And additionally, all the softwares and settings currently have to be pre-made before classes and could be made any adjustments and further illustrations halfway in class. For example, if teachers want to highlight some significant elements out of the VR scene, he or she won't be able to make it happen so far. So overall, I think VR creates unprecedented opportunities for students to pick up knowledges, but with its current flaws and restraints, you still have a very long way to go before it could dominate the study area. Thanks. That's my answer to the question.
Thank you so much for your answer. Here we have another question received online. The question is, modular integrated construction is a popular construction technology around the world. Could you tell me the benefits if you use your suggested VR model in MIC?
Thank you for the question. MIC is very popular now in the world. There has been some pilot project in Hong Kong. For example, we have FSD quarter in Dragon O, and elderly home in Sha Tin. MRC can reduce the risk of on-site project and increase the productivity. VR model can simulate the construction logistics of MIC for safety awareness and quality control. Before the construction, the VR app can also support the estimate of building modules, building surfaces, even furniture in advance. So the student can gain unique experience in the MIC topic.
Thank you for your answer. Let's put our hands together again for the wonderful presentation.
Terry, Jessica, what do you think about the morning session?
I enjoyed the sharing sessions very much. They gave me a lot of wonderful insights for startups.
Me too. I also enjoy the sharing by the industry leaders on the current trends and challenges.
I think the whole morning session was very inspiring. Are you ready for more?
Sure.
Coming up next is development of 3D printed food and its market promotion for the elderly. Let's give a warm welcome to students from Chitralada Technology Institute, Thailand, and Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education, Vocational Training Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heidi, and this is Eunice. We are from Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education, and our project partner from Thailand, Jaramon and Supatini. Sawadika! They are both from Chitralada Technology Institute. Today, we are honored to present our project to you. The title is Development and Market Promotion of 3D Printed Food for the Elderly. In this project, we aim to create attractive and nutritious 3D diets for the elderly. Also, to promote 3D food printing technology to the market segments. As we all know, the elderly usually have chewing problems that limit their ability to eat food, so they need food that is easy to chew and swallow, which is pureed food. However, we all know that pureed food doesn't always look great. But with 3D food printing technology, we can create pureed food in a more attractive look, and this can increase their appetite and regain their enjoyment of food, which helps to improve their nutritional status. Moving on to methodology, we made use of 2 different software to create 3D images. And for the recipe design, we consider several criteria to fulfill their expectation, such as nutrients, ingredient, texture, and so on. To develop food that appeals to the elderly, we designed 3 different recipes with healthier ingredients, including dongboro, luncheon meat, and green beans. Dongboro is a traditional Chinese dish that made of braised pork belly, and it has high fat and cholesterol content. So we would like to make it suitable for the elderly to consume. Here you can see the sketch design and the outputted images. And next, here we have the actual effect of food by using mashed potato for trial printing. We did several trials to finalize appropriate recipes. Now, let us take a look at the video showing how dongboro is made. get further into details, comparing the nutrition content between traditional recipes and the new 3D food recipes, there is a significant improvement in nutritional values. For example, tomorrow, the energy is decreased by 50% and the protein content is increased by a double. Moreover, the total fat content and the sodium level are greatly reduced. So we can see that the new 3D food is healthier than the traditional food. Now, I would like to pass to our partner from Thailand to talk about the marketing plan. Jaramon, please.
Hello, I am Jaramon and my friend Spatini. We are from Chilada Technology Institute. And here is what the topic that we are talking about. And here is the customer segment. At first is a guardian and elderly care center. And last is the elderly people for the consumer. And here's our product. We have two products. First is 3D food, and second is a 3D printer. And here was the 3D printer processing. You have to prepare three things before using this. First is fresh ingredients. Second is clean capsules, and the last thing is a 3D printer. You have to start with fresh ingredients. You have to cook it and blend it by the hand blender, and then put in a clean capsules, and then you load in the 3D printer, and then start printing. Wait for a moment, and you can get the 3D food. You can eat right now or save it for later. I will start for the Guardian customer segment. For the 3D food, we will sell at a convenience store for the freezing form and made to order form. But for the freezing form is menu is the fixed. You cannot choose any ingredients. But for made to order, the Guardian can choose any ingredients, whatever you want for us to cook for the elderly. And for the vending machine, this thing we can put any places wherever you want, like Subway for give a convenience to you can buy any place. And for delivery, Guardian can buy by the online or by phone and will deliver to them. And here is the machine selling on the 3D printer. We will sell this thing in the convenience store and delivery. Next customer segment is the elderly care center. For the ready-to-eat 3D food, we will give a convenience to them because of the number of the elderly staying here. So we will deliver the food to them when they order us. And for the machine selling, we will sell by the delivery too. And here is the last customer segment, the elderly people. In this case, elderly can help themselves. They can go and get food by themselves. So we will sell the 3D food at the same way with the Guardian. We will sell at the convenience store at a vending machine and by delivery. But for the machine selling 3D printer, we recommend for the delivery. And here is the 7PS marketing mix. I will start with the 3D printer product. The price is around through 2,500 to 7,500 Hong Kong dollars. And for the place, we will sell at the convenience store, at the office, and the online. And for the promotion for the 3D printer, you can get the hand blender and the nutritionist for your advisor for 1 year. And people who relate to this product is the nutritionist and specialist. And for the process, we will promote our product by online and boosting promote. And for the physical evidence, this 3D printer has a small size and it can as easy to use. And for the 3D food, the price is about 50 Hong Kong dollars for one serve. And the place we will sell at the convenience store and online. And for the promotion, buy a lot is cheaper. And for the people who related to the seller, so we will have the pre-service training. And for the process, because the ingredients in the food, it had its own trends, so we will follow the trends and to fulfill the customer and consumer needs. And for the physical evidence, because of 3D food has a form of paste and design, you can decide whatever you want.
Next Massaman currently is Thai Massaman. The original web was made by coconut milk, but we concerned about calories, so we changed it to chickpea milk and changed chicken to salmon instead. This curry has many Thai herbs that can kill your body, such as reduce flatulency and kill cold. And here is what made Massaman curry look like after using 3D printer. It will have 3 layers. First is mashed potato, second layer is mashed salmon, and last layer is mashed massaman sauce that's made by chickpea milk and Thai herb. For the conclusion and possibility of development for this project, I will pass the final part of this presentation to Unite.
Thank you, Tini. Also, a sensory evaluation session could be conducted before marketing. This is a scientific method to measure and analyze people's response to the product through 5 senses in a specially designed sensory lab as shown in the slide here. This would help us to see how well the product is being accepted by our target audience. To conclude, this project integrates innovative health technology into nutrition and marketing. With 3D food printing, pretty food is shaded into attractive food product. Finally, it promotes advanced technology in food production and addresses the needs of the elderly. Throughout this project, we are inspired to further study the applications of 3D food printing. It is a very interesting experience to explore more nutritive recipes to the target audience. Finally, the 3D printed food could be delivered to the target audience through various promotional channels. For the future development of the project, we have some ideas on it. First, we need to develop more attractive recipes, such as the Thai traditional food maximum curry that our partners was just mentioned. Next, we need to design more 3D figures and improve the capability of 3D food printer for mass production. Finally, we will promote and market this technology to other sectors, such as children's and athletes. This is the list of reference of our project. And this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening. Shall we have the Q&A session now?
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I can't wait to see this develop.
Now it's the Q&A session. Let's see what question we get from the floor. Please.
Thank you for your wonderful sharing. And I'm a VTC student in Hong Kong, and I would like to ask a question. Why did you choose to use 3D food printing to produce a recipe rather than under the traditional method? Thank you.
Thank you for your asking. I think the reason why we choose 3D food printing technology instead of the traditional method is that actually technology really makes things easier, and we can use the 3D food printer to print out healthier and appealing 3D food for the elderly. And also by using the 3D design software, we can easily estimate the shape, the color, and also the hardness of the 3D food. And this is way more convenient than the traditional way to make food that's suitable for the elderly. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Thank you. Here I have another question received online. The question is, do you think elderly would accept 3D printed food?
Thank you for the question. Since we are not able to run the sensory evaluation test, we cannot 100% sure of their acceptance. But however, according to the studies, others are prone and expect for food with a regular and appearance that similar with the simply food. But developing 3D printed, we may need to further develop more and tasty 3D print for get more than acceptance from the elderly. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your answer. Let's give another round of applause to the students. Hey, Jessica, Terry, quick question. What is IoT?
IoT stands for the Internet of Things.
So, what does that mean?
According to Wikipedia, it is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines.
You are not helping at all.
I know. Let me tell you. It's a pretty simple concept. It means taking all the things in the world and connecting them to the internet.
That's what I was saying. You know, you always see IoT technology in our daily life, such as lights coming out as we walk into the house.
There's much more. Up next is an IoT approach of tree conditions monitoring with tree falling alert system. Let's put your hands together for students from the Institute of Technical Education, Singapore, and Youth College, Vocational Training Council, Hong Kong.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you all for attending this presentation section on our project, cooperated between Youth College of Hong Kong and Institute of Technical Education of Singapore. First, I would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Brian Lee, the team leader of the Youth College team. Here's my member, Yan Long. Hello. Chen Yi Lam and Lam Shi Kin. For ITE, there will be Joseph.
Hello, everyone.
Gerald.
Hello. Hi.
Daniel and Alan. To begin with, I would like to talk about the current situation we are facing here in Hong Kong. As you can see from the news report here, there are over 1.7 million trees that are only managed by 13 people. That really shows us a big room for improvement. Before we can solve the problem, we have to know what the problems are. What are the tree falling factors? How to measure the tree data 24/7? And how to design a cloud interface for users to access and see the tree data. To do that, we have managed to create a task force to do an IoT cloud service. We, Youth College of Hong Kong, will mainly focus on the software side by developing a cloud interface, while ITE will mainly focus on the hardware side by designing, producing, and deploying the tree sensor, suggested by the tree inspection specialist. Now, I would like to show you a video about our journey in Singapore and how we discussed. As I mentioned before, there are not enough tree inspectors to do the inspection, so the tree with a falling potential may not be noticed. That will cause property loss or even endangering human life. With the help of our new IoT system, now we can monitor tree with IoT sensor 24/7 and alert the tree specialist for any problem, anytime, anywhere, with their mobile device. Now, I would like to give the floor to Gerald from ITE Singapore to talk about what is the tree falling factors. What are the trees
Hi
accounting
everyone
for?
that's attending the webinar. Please give me some time as I take full control of the slides. Yeah, thank you everyone for your patience, and thank you Brian for your introduction. I'm Gerald from ITE, and today I'll cover some tree falling factors for you guys. Firstly, I'll cover the biotic factors, and then I'll cover the abiotic factors. First up, for the biotic factors, soil is both biotic and abiotic. Biotic due to the soil microbes, and abiotic due to the climate and rainfall. Secondly, we have root rot, which is caused by fungus growth, which makes the roots weak and more likely to be uprooted. Thirdly, we have tree defects. They are caused by viruses and boring insects like termites. Next up, I'll go over some abiotic factors for you guys. Firstly, we have the monsoon season, which results in heavy rainfall, and as a result of the heavy rainfall, saturated soil is formed, which makes the soil loose. Secondly, topography relates to the tree location. Trees located on a slope is more likely to fall due to the uneven ground. Thirdly, we have tree lean. Tree lean should not be more than 30 degrees as a universal guide. With that, I can conclude three main factors that results in tree falling. The first factor, wind throw, which relates to strength and direction of the wind. The second one, tree tilting, which relates to tree defects and tilting angle. The third one, root holding, which relates to saturated soil and weak roots. That is all for my explanation, and now I'll pass my time to Joseph that will explain the IoT sensors that will detect the mentioned factors, the mentioned tree factors. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Joseph. So today I'll be telling you some of the roles that IoT sensors play in this project. So thank you everyone for your attention. So please give me a moment while I prepare the slides. All right, it seems that I've gotten control. So first, let's look at the sensor node. So the sensor node of this project is targeted at finding the tree falling factors. So the tree falling factors that we're looking at is the temperature and humidity, the root moisture, the tree tilting, and the wind speed. So each node are powered by the solar panel and is estimated to cost around 50 Sing dollars per node. So next, we have the hardware. So these are the hardwares of the following sensors, and all these sensors will be integrated on the IoT controller and will send the data using the LoRa technology. Next, this is the IoT sensor flow throughout the whole. So the sensor nodes will send the data using LoRa, the gateway, which will proceed to send the data to the Tree IoT cloud along the Wi-Fi interface. So next, I'll be showing you some of the progress on our deployment since April in IT Singapore Garden. So as you can see, a solar panel at here, and also a waterproof casing. You might wonder where the sensor node might be, but let me tell you, the sensor node is actually in the waterproof casing. So why is it in the waterproof casing? It is to protect the sensor node from weather conditions and also to make it a compact design for easy installation. So next, we have the wind sensor. It's also set up in the garden as mentioned. It is powered by a solar panel with a solar panel battery. So next, let's tell you more about the installation process with my partner Daniel. So let's watch a video.
My name is Daniel. As you can see, the installation is quite simple. First, we have to install the solar panel, which is our power source, which right now we're going to install it where it has adequate sunlight so we can power the sensors. Now we can see we also installed the sensor node here. As you see, we will install install the sensor node, the tuning sensor node according to the tree tuning angle right now. As you can see, this is the soil moisture sensor. It's very easy to install as you have two probes. And we will put it inside the soil when the soil where we think is the weakest, and we can measure the soil moisture 24/7. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Now I'll pass to Hong Kong VTC to continue their explanation about IoT cloud.
So first, I would like to thank Gerald for sharing on the 3-point factor, and also Daniel, who explained the installation process of the sensors in the video. So now I'd like to pass on the control to Lin from VTC Hong Kong to tell you more about the IoT cloud interface. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. That was very informative. Hi, I'm Yan. I'm going to talk about how our IoT cloud system can be used to process the tree data. Let's begin with the existing government tree management websites. They have a major weakness, which they require a lot of manpower to do a tree inspection. But before we move on, would you like to try out our prototype? Go ahead, scan it now. Don't worry if you cannot scan it right now, because we will have that exact QR code in the following slide. With our system, interface with sensors to allow easy access to the tree data and condition. Also, our system can send an automatic alert email to the tree inspector based on the factor given by them. So, after the discussion with IT Singapore, we came up with these features in our design. As long as you have access to the internet, you can view the tree status anywhere and anytime. Also, we will have a QR code, something like that, attached to the tree for easy tree data access. In addition, we have developed some add-on features, starting with a map on your far left. A map that indicates the tree location for easier navigation. And then we have a 3D tree rotational graph to give the user a better understanding of the tree tilting angle. And lastly, we have a real-time chart with past data for more detailed analysis. All right, instead of using paper as the current practice in Hong Kong, our system provides a digitized inspection form that we customize for the tree inspector. They can input the tree data into our system with their mobile devices. So this here is our alert system. It is one of the most important features, and it will send an email with alerts and advices to the tree inspector based on how serious the tree problem is. Actually, we spent half a year to develop our whole system from scratch. On this line, these are some of the open source tools that we use to build up our system, as we want to keep the system cost low. Next slide, please. Thank you. In the future, we hope to continue our partnership with IT Singapore to further develop our system. Perhaps we'll propose our system to some agencies for funding. To summarize our presentation, we have prepared a video for you guys. Please enjoy.
Hi, I'm Alan, the tree specialist. I was wondering how the tree specialists manage 1 million trees a day. Thanks to ISDE and VC for developing IoT tree falling system. that includes QR code IoT sensor, cloud systems for speed up entries checking, process and maintenance alert, hence improving productivity and efficiency. Now my inspections task is so much easier now. Thanks YIC and IT for developing IoT tree falling system.
Well, that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, presenters. What a fascinating idea.
Anyone from the floor have questions for our presenters? Please.
Thank you for presentation. I'm Maverick, VTC student from Hong Kong. I want to know how do you evaluate the healthiness of the tree with the collected data? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gerald, and I can answer that question. Thank you for your question as well. Well, first of all, we would like to clarify the main purpose of our project is to measure the tree falling. Thus, it is not really able to measure the tree health. The equipment needed to measure the tree health is bulky and expensive. It is not possible to have this set up for every tree due to the cost constraint. Thus, in this scenario, our low-cost IoT sensors came into picture. As mentioned by me, there are biotic and abiotic factors that will affect the tilting angle of the tree and indirectly affect the health of the tree. Thus, by only measuring the tree falling factors, like the tilting angle, we will be able to evaluate the tree health conditions. Trees with no healthy structures will have larger angle changes and a higher risk of falling. Hence, in the case of a tree at risk, the cloud system will send alerts to tree specialists for further inspection with the professional equipment. This will help to prevent tree falling and also allow tree specialists to check the tree condition at the same time. This preventive measure will improve the productivity of the tree specialists drastically. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question received online. The question is, can your system apply to different scenarios rather than monitoring tree fall?
I should take response to the question. I think, yes, our sensor can apply to different scenarios, as our sensor is just a compound of sensors like tilting angles, humidity and temperature. We can apply it onto a building. So let's think, if there is an earthquake, the sensor should send us a pulse so we can know and we can detect by the big data this earthquake is going to happen, it's going to fall down. Just leave the building. We can send alert by email, but emergency, we could trigger the building alarm. So people can evacuate and save a lot of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. Let's give another round of applause for the excellent presentations.
I'm sure you'd like to hear more innovative ideas. Now, we will take a short break.
After the break, we'll have 3 more student presentations. Don't miss it.
See you later.
Riding on the stem. Don't shake, isolate,
LAB, good for health. MB bowl.
Check before you buy.
Stay awesome.
From this forum, I know we've all learned a lot of things about STEM, about women in STEM, about, a lot of ideas.
I've learnt so much about all the other countries and their experiences with STEM. So I've definitely learnt a lot about everyone and their different cultures.
How to say nice taste in the Canton? How to say good taste is Jose.
It was fun, enjoyable, and we forged a lot of friends, make a lot of friends from different countries.
This trip has been really good to see Hong Kong as well as meet new friends from around the world, and also the local Hong Kong students have been so good at accommodating for us and showing us around.
We'd like to say a massive thank you to VTC and the Technological Higher Education Institute. They've all been so friendly. They're always checking how we are, and just a massive thank you for them. It has been so much fun.
I'd like to thank the VTC for inviting us, and I hope that the VTC can continue to promote STEM along all students and improve the world with STEM.
將呢一個步驟做成一個 game， 其實都幾 challenging 嘅。
我哋一齊咧，每日咧都捱到去8點幾、9點幾先放學。
團結一齊，唔好放棄。
入邊咧就見到好多咧機場可能以後會運用嘅新科技啦，都有助於我哋呢個遊戲嘅設計嘅。
喺參觀終點入邊咧係有一個工程師嘅，咁佢係一位女性嚟嘅，咁我就了解到女性喺工程師入邊所做嘅工作嘅內容。
我哋學習到咧就係 煤氣公司咧嗰啲工作啦，即係譬如話咧用航拍機檢查煤氣管啊，呢啲書上面冇教啊。
咗呢個比賽之後咧，我就學到一啲 presentation 嘅技巧啦，咁同埋咧關於製作遊戲方面嘅嗰啲技巧。
透過設計呢個遊戲嘅過程當中，就可以增加到我哋隊內嘅友誼啦，同埋我哋之間嘅團隊合作都會提升咗。
呢一個遊戲最令我學到嘅就係其他隊伍嘅作品，即係有好多唔同方式嘅遊戲，我哋係冇諗過嘅，原來都係可以，即係學生呢個年紀就做到咯。
我哋平時咧會趁有啲空堂嘅時間咧，我哋會試我哋隻 game 啦。咁有好多老師咧就成日睇到就會誤以為我哋係上網打機啦。我哋聽到呢啲feedback 之後咧，其實我哋都幾開心，因為有人可以認可到我哋嘅作品，係覺得我哋嘅作品係好專業嘅。
咁我哋而家係可以知多啲關於 STEM 呢啲行業，唔係淨係俾男性可以喺呢度發展咯，即係女性有好多優勢，其實都可以幫到呢個行業。
STEM 其實咧就越嚟越普及啦，我哋亦都希望我哋其實睇到香港啊同埋好多地方都缺乏呢啲人才嘅，咁我哋希望就培育多啲呢類嘅人才，特別係要由小做起啦。
好多謝 VTC 今次做呢個咁嘅比賽，做呢個 program， 俾到同學有呢個機會去了解下我哋，無論係女仔又好啦，男仔又好，喺呢一個行業裏邊，去點樣發揮自己長處，同埋點樣揾到自己嘅夢想。
我哋係羅氏基金嘅 Disc Guitar、LK
Fighting、MK 真波冇得頂，正 STEM 我最勁。
STEM 在社會，女性 STEM up，YY3，耶！STEM Challenge 2019，耶！
These facilities are great. The bedroom's amazing compared to what I'm used to. I'm surprised at how well this place is booking up. The facilities and the campus look excellent. I can't wait to get to the VTC and have the conference. I can't wait.
Hope you enjoy tonight's dinner and also enjoy your presentation tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Before we go, we'd like to say thank you to SHAPE, Dialect Conference, VTC and UE for bringing us here.
We really appreciate this opportunity. We can learn a lot from this and we're looking forward for all that it's going to come.
Yeah, it's different and it's been an amazing experience and thank you.
my project, I've been working on the wind tunnel analysis of the Sophie car. It's been a long project, and I'm ready to present some of my findings and how it's benefited the STEM conference.
It's glad that I can involve in this well-directed activity. It's kind of unique experience for me.
It's my first time doing a collaboration project, and it's a unique experience for all of us.
Yui and Shape, shaping the future with STEM.
Sophie, go, go, go!
Upcycling material if you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International STEM Students Forum 2020 is about to resume. May I invite all guests to be seated. Please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ISSF 2020. Before the break, we've heard 3 wonderful student presentations.
Those are excellent presentations. I learned a lot from their innovative ideas.
Zachary, Terry, do you drive?
Oh, I don't. I find it difficult to manage a vehicle. I got really nervous when I'm on the road.
Me neither. To be honest, I failed in the driving test because of my parking skills.
I bet you wish you could have someone to do it for you. Or it could be automated.
Oh, yes. What I need to do is just give a shout or just a clap. Then it's done.
Then you better pay attention to the next presentation. Development of auto parking system for 4-wheel vehicle. Please join us in a big round of applause to welcome students from National Institute of Technology, Kumamoto College, Japan, and Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education, Vocational Training Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Emerson, together with Taylor and Ray. We are from Institute of Vocational Education. Today, it is my pleasure to present our collaborative project working with our Japanese teammate, Ayano and Ono. Hi. They are from National Institute of Technology. Now, let me introduce our project briefly. We aim to develop an auto parking system for 4-wheel vehicles. In this project, we have used 2 cars. On the left-hand side, we have a vehicle from Ivy. On the right-hand side, we have a vehicle from NIT. On these 2 cars, we have conducted different tests to explore the use of auto parking system. According to a survey by INRIX on parking time, it was found that drivers waste a lot of time on parking. For example, in New York City, a driver wastes over 100 hours per year on parking on average. Can you imagine how long it is? It is more than 4 days. Not to mention how challenging it is for beginner driver. To address this challenge, we have designed an auto parking system which composed of 3 modules. First, mass constructions. When the system is activated, the vehicle will scan the environment for a suitable parking space. Second, path planning. After the map is set up, the system will plan a path and convert it into instructions. Then, based on these instructions, we come to the last part, the controller. The vehicle will be driven by the system, which uses simultaneous sensor feedback to fine-tune the movement of the car. Before we put the system into our vehicle, we test it in our simulator called CALA in our STEM Education Center at Qingyi, as shown in the picture. The next picture shows the different sensors we have installed in these 2 vehicles, such as GPS, LiDAR, ultrasonic, and so on. Now, allow me to introduce Taylor, who will explain how the system works in more detail.
Yeah, thank you, Emerson. Let me explain how the Hong Kong team developed the system. First, we scan the environment for a parking space by using a depth camera. Please take a look at the depth map. The color represents the distance from vehicle. Red represents far, blue represents close, and green represents a parking space available. Then a 2D map will be constructed for path planning. With a 2D map, we use the AI reinforcement learning algorithm to instruct the car to move along the desired path for parking. The word reinforcement learning may sound difficult. Well, it is like a video game. In this game, AI will try to get a higher score. When AI successfully moves into a target parking space, it will win a point. However, if AI touches any objects or moves over the target parking space, it will lose a point. Finally, AI will replace this action until the controller can perfectly move in the target parking space. The sensor will use the neural network to recalculate and control the car. Now, let's listen our Japanese teammates who will explain their map construction. Arno, please.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Otno. First of all, let me explain the map construction. We extract the parking area. We see the stereo camera produced by Stereo Labs. These are the main 3 steps, and we are using semi-global matching algorithm to generate parallax image from stereo camera. And the right figure is the result of extracting the parking area. Next is about path planning. We are using our purpose is to accomplish an auto car parking in the pattern shown in the figure by controlling the front wheel steering angle. So we are using IDWA, which means Improved Dynamic Window Approach, and Dynamics Model for path planning. IDWA is a method to select control commands, velocity and angle velocity based on the Apono stability criteria. These are the advantage over the DWA method. And the right figure is the result of IDWA and Dynamics Model. As you are seeing, the path is planned successfully. But if we use only IDWA, it won't reach the goal. After generated path, we are using model predictive control, which means MPC for controller. It's a modern control algorithm and it determines control input commands by solving optimization problems. So here is a result of MPC. In the left figure, the red point is waypoint, which is needed to make a reference path, and the reference path is green line, and the blue line is MPC result. And in the right figure is MPC parameter, the result of MPC parameter in the graph. So here is a video result of test on electric vehicle. In this video, we only use path planning program. So in the future, we try to MPC program and test it on electric vehicle. So next is about application development by Ayana. So Ayana, please.
Here, my name is Ayana. The purpose of this system is to give instructions for automatic parking using a mobile app. Next is the specifications. This app makes voice operation of a parking system. Voice guidance will be given. Speech recognizer is used for voice recognition. Allows finger operation of the parking system. Specify the parking position and park. Next is the development environment. I use Android Studio for development. The smartphone I use is Zen 3. The programming language used is Java. Finally, check the operation. The PC is the server side. The smartphone is client side. Start server and client. Tap the button on the mobile app to start the voice recognition. This time I'll call parking. Performs voice recognition and sends the recognized words to the server. The server will display the recognized words. Currently, only instructions from the client side. In the future, I will improve so that communication from server to client can be also performed. Next is a presentation by students from Hong Kong.
Thank you, Ayano. The table here summarizes the two different ways adopted by two teams while achieving the same goal. By sharing valuable experience and information, the teams from Hong Kong and Japan have successfully worked out an auto parking system for bay parking. In conclusion, this project is a work in progress. When it is successfully developed, it can save time on parking. For further development of the project, we are planning to test our algorithm on a physical car. Meanwhile, the map construction process and obstacle avoidance control can be upgraded by improving scanning for more environmental features. We also hope that we can develop a mobile app to control the auto parking system in the future. That's all for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the thought-provoking presentation.
Now is the Q&A session. Does anyone from the floor have questions for our presenters? Please.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Kelvin, a student from VTC in Hong Kong. As you mentioned, your team is trying to figure out two approach to figure out two different problems. What is the synergy and benefits in terms of learning from your project?
Thank you for a question. Well, yes, we use the different auto parking system approaches to solve the bay parking problem. For example, we plan to adopt our Japanese teammates' idea of model predictive control system into our physical car in Hong Kong. It can further help increase the precision of our car. I hope that that's. Arnold, do you have further something to add?
Thanks, Taylor. Thank you for the question as well. Yes, we learned lots of things in this project, especially when I saw my Hong Kong team using AI for path planning. It inspires me a lot and gives me some idea on my future research, such as we are planning to use AI for controller, not only for path planning. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arnold. I hope that this can answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question received online. The question is, why did your team decide using AI into this auto parking project?
Thank you for your question. When we were doing research on natural parking situation, and we found that there were many different parking environments, such as the parking space are not standardized, and some are located on the stoop. Therefore, it is very difficult for the path planning. So we thought, why don't we use AI helping us? Then the result is quite good, and the reinforcement learning of AI is very suitable for the path planning. In the future, we will test it on more different parking environments. I hope I can answer your question.
Thank you for your answer. Let's give it up again for the thought-provoking presentation. Zachary, Terry, don't you think it's getting too hot these days? It seems that there's no more winter in Hong Kong.
Tell me about it. Carbon emission and global warming are killing the planet.
To help save our planet Earth, we need to reduce energy consumption.
So, what should we do?
Oh, you can turn off your computer when it's not in use, replace your light bulbs with LED.
These are good advice. Actually, modern technology can help.
Zachary is right. Let's pay attention to our next presentation, Intelligent Energy Management System for Buildings. Let's put our hands together for students from Coventry University, United Kingdom, and Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education Vocational Training Council.
Hello everyone. I'm too nervous. Yeah. So thank you for coming today. In this presentation, we would like to share our project with you, the Intelligent Energy Management System for Buildings. So let me introduce myself first. I'm William.
And I'm Henry from Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
And we also have two members from the UK Coventry University, Mihai and Brade. Hello.
Hey there, this is Mihai.
Hello, and I'm Bolade. We're both studying our second year of computer science at Coventry University, and we're honored to be part of such an insightful project. Thank you.
As for the Hong Kong team, we have two more members working with us, Maverick and Ricky. And they are also the Year 2 students of Software Engineering at Ivy. In this presentation, first, we will talk about the project overview. Then, we will walk you through the design concepts. After that, we will elaborate the system structure. And at the end, we will have a Q&A section. In order to provide a cozy environment with low power consumption to reduce the global warming, our system represents the first phase of developing any existing building into a smart building. Firstly, we will show you a brief introduction video of our project background and proposed solutions.
buildings everywhere in our city. Could we have environmental control system to control buildings environment? But there are problems. The environment is poor while we go into a room that is closed for a while. It is difficult to prepare a suitable building environment based on any scheduling system. Even the indoor environment is well prepared. People may feel that the environment is too cold or too hot within the building. And the ultimate problem is energy usage is not effective and destroy our world. Our solution: intelligence energy management system for buildings. We have a dashboard show up the current environmental status in the building. We can import the schedule data from other scheduling system in order to control the indoor environment by system intelligent for different scenarios. System can automatically tune to the most suitable environment real time. We can review the energy usage of different area in the building in order to foresee any energy leaking and improve the usage of the energy. Be a smart building. Make effective of energy usage. Intelligence energy management system for buildings.
Sorry, we have some issue, but never mind. And Henry, you can keep going.
In this presentation, we have identified 3 types of stakeholders. These include state management staff who can manage the sensors and import the data from the scheduling system. In addition, our system will collect the data from the room user through the installed sensors. Finally, we will implement an intelligent system to maintain the best indoor environment and continuously update the default setting in our system.
So, this is our system architecture. There are 3 parts in our prototype system. Firstly, let's look at the sensor. The environment data is collected by all the sensors, such as temperature, humidity, and lighting. And secondly, the environment data will be analyzed to find the best solution for the indoor environment. Lastly, at the top, there are some buildings in blue. As you can see, the system can automatically control all the devices. For example, it can turn the AC up or down by using the AI. And then our system has a real-time data monitor. So the user can monitor all the data inside the room in real time.
Thank you for explaining the system architecture, William. Let me go into more details about the system workflow, which is shown in the diagram here on the left. Firstly, our system is able to import the schedule information from the existing scheduling system, like point 1 and point 2. Then, our system will study the use case and prepare a suitable indoor environment for the scheduled time slot. On the right-hand side, we will elaborate this flow in point 4. During the warm-up period, our system will collect the data from the room sensors. With the heat index algorithm, our system will control the appliances and prepare a suitable indoor environment at point 5. And the environmental conditions will be maintained by real-time data collections from the sensors installed in the room. Let me show you a case study. During the warm-up period, which is few minutes right before the scheduled time slot, our system will retrieve the data, the environment data from the sensors and turn on all the necessary appliances. After the scheduled time slot, our system will automatically turn off all the appliances if no one is in the room.
And as you can see, there are our hardware architecture. And we have 4 parts in here, namely sensor layer, local processing layer, network transfer layer, and the cloud computing layer. And the sensor layer collects all the indoors data, and the local processing layer will pass the data to the cloud computing layer by the network transfer layer, which is a tiny computer as the Raspberry Pi. And also, The system can retrieve the real-time data. When the sensor is set up in the room, the real-time data will be shown on screen. So, we can share more in the future about the sensor operation. Let's take a look at what we currently implement. For that, let's go to the UK side. Hello, Brady.
Hello. Thank you, William Henry, for these insights. The intelligence system requires both indoor and outdoor environment data to save energy, aka power usage. As displayed at the top left of the screen, the system has an outdoor temperature, humidity, and weather information. The information retrieving from the Open Weather Map API, it works with the schedule information for preparing indoor conditions. The information is accurate since it uses real-time data for updating the indoor environment conditions. For example, if the system recognizes a cold weather approaching from the Weather API, it will automatically adjust the indoor temperature accordingly to reach a degree that's comfortable for people. Note that changing the temperature would not happen if there are no people in the building. According to Stedman's indoor environment condition is calculated by a formula based on 4 attributes: temperature, air pressure, wind speed, and humidity. However, as there's no air pressure and the wind speed input from the current sensors, we simply apply the heat index as the system algorithm. Please note that the table is a general index. The setting of the indoor environment should be able to fine-tune by intelligent system, which will be implemented in the future. Controlling the devices to set up a suitable environment aims at an effective energy usage. Because in a modern-day office environment, sometimes the air conditioner may tune too cold and there's no control available for people to manually adjust the temperature. As a result, in some cases, people set up an extra heater. This therefore causes double energy usage, one from the air conditioner and the other one from the heater. Using our intelligent system, we hopefully can save up to 30% energy compared to traditional buildings, one without intelligent system. This will help towards our goal of a more sustainable and eco-friendly environment within university buildings and offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolade. Besides retrieving and storing regional weather data, we're also working on developing a room scheduling and management system, which allows users to create an account, sign in, and book events such as lectures or meetings. Users can easily book events online by selecting their desired options, such as time slot and location, event name and type, its duration, preferred usage plan or custom settings, and more. The main system will have access to the bookings, preloading the schedule list ahead of time and adjusting the indoor environment accordingly during the set time slot of each booking. Microsoft Dynamics is one example of an existing scheduling management application, and in the future, we are going to import the external data from such an application into our system. For the time being, however, we're going to simulate a scheduling system in order to work on the booking management feature as shown on screen. Depending on the room settings of a booking, some devices will be automatically turned on before the start of the event, as to ensure people are comfortable when entering the room. For example, if the room is currently cold, but the usage plan is set to a warmer temperature, the system will calculate the most efficient way to heat up the room before the event starts by turning the heaters on at the appropriate level and double-checking that no air conditioners are turned on at the moment. Moreover, if the outdoor temperature is significantly colder, all windows will be closed during the heating process. This also includes turning on and off the lights and projectors, so that the staff don't have to do it manually every time. In addition, by using the light sensors to check the room's ambient light, we can check for device failure, such as burnt-out light bulbs, which can give time to the staff to fix the problem before the starting time of the event, while also notifying the user of the potential issue and its current status. The users will be in control of their bookings, being able to edit the plan or cancel the event, while also having real-time access to room status, such as temperature, humidity, lighting level, and more, and being notified if any issue arises. Lastly, this subsystem will come with an API that can provide the schedule data in JSON format to be used by the device control system when adjusting the environmental settings of a location, as well as display the booking details and status to users inside the main application. Thank you.
Thank you, Bulate and Mihai. Our system provides a dashboard for the real-time data monitoring, including power usage, sensor status, and we have a function to retrieve the data reports. In addition, we can manually maintain the sensors and control the indoor environment. This setting will be recorded to used to enhance the system in the future. This is our first prototype, which will be installed indoor in different locations. Since the system works in our module, I hope that it can be applied to any buildings as a smart buildings, with its low cost and flexible conditions.
So, if you would like to learn more about our project, you are welcome to explore our project website. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your insightful ideas with us.
Let's move on to the Q&A session. Let's see what questions our audience have for our presenters. Please.
I'm Lam Chi Kin, VTC student from Hong Kong. I want to ask, how can you control the air conditioner with our Raspberry Pi? Does it involve any control module? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a good question. And nowadays in the market have a lot of smart home plug-in control, such as a brand, namely Sensible Smart AC control, and then which is programmable and it is have the API, and so we can use it on our Raspberry Pi, and then we program it, and then we output the signal to the smart control, and then we can control the AC. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I have another question received online. I'm wondering the internet communication is safe enough if the system is easily hacked by a hacker.
Oh, that's a good question. I think Mihai can answer this question.
Sure thing. In the current network prototype, all sensor data can be encrypted by RSA and 128-bit data encryption in a real case. And for the case applied into large-scale buildings, the wireless connection will be encrypted and will be managed by blockchain technology, so it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again for the wonderful presentation.
Zachary, are you not feeling well?
Nothing serious. I ate too much during lunch and now I'm having some indigestion.
You should take good care of your digestive system. Don't overeat and take food that is rich in probiotics, such as yogurt.
I've heard that probiotics are good for your digestive system.
Speaking of probiotics, let's hear our last presentation. The role of probiotic bacteria and its application in healthy product development.
Let's give a big round of applause to welcome students from Manchester Metropolitan University, United Kingdom, and Technological and Higher Education Institute of Hong Kong Vocational Training Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wing. Here is Marco. We are from DI in Hong Kong. We welcome Hannah and Lorenzo from MMU in UK.
Hello.
We are going to discuss the topic, the role of probiotic bacteria and its application in healthy product development. According to the news, the Center for Food Safety in Hong Kong has conducted a research about acrylamide in food and found that over 99% of biscuits and snacks contained acrylamide, which is a chemical classified as Group 2A, probably carcinogenic to humans by the International Agency for Research on Cancer in 1994. The discovery of acrylamide in food has raised the public health concerns, and different sectors have started to investigate methods to reduce acrylamide. Recently, the use of probiotics has been proven to reduce acrylamide during the food production process. In this joint project, micro-research has been conducted, both in Hong Kong and the UK, aimed to investigate the use of probiotics in food products. Our purpose is to examine the acrylamide-reducing abilities of selected probiotics by LC-MS, liquid chromatography mass spectroscopy, and to explore the potential new applications for probiotics by developing new food products. Market research was conducted in Hong Kong and the UK with the following methods. Data analysis was conducted, and finally, the data is presented. The results show that 63% of probiotic food products found in Hong Kong are yogurt and yogurt drinks. With a total of 86 types of probiotic products, most originated from France, the USA, and South Korea. From figure 3, it is shown that the most common type of probiotic bacteria found in food are Lactobacillus bulgaricus and Streptococcus thermophilus. 18% of the products did not specify the type of probiotic bacteria, but it stated it contained probiotics. From the research found on the Euromonitor International, some food companies started to expand their production line by producing some new products, such as yogurt beverages. One company introduced another brand, which adds milk into the original recipe of Yakult. Another food company has repositioned itself and emphasized that their products contain no preservatives, but active lactobacillus. Furthermore, a local startup business has developed probiotic food products for infants. Based on our finding, Hong Kong is still a potential market for probiotic food products. Let me pass to the UK side to discuss a similar research. Hannah, please.
As previously mentioned by Wing, the UK used the same methodology to conduct our market research as Hong Kong. This first chart depicts how the UK market is dominated by probiotics in dairy-based products, about 94% of the total usage, and how among these, yogurt-based drinks are the most common. In the second chart, we analysed the country of origin of these products, and in the UK, we are the main producer of such products. In terms of the particular strains used, we found a vast array of different choices, some in combination with others. The main bacteria found was Lactobacillus casei, commonly present in many dairy foods. However, it must be noted that many products did not specifically state which strains were in their product and simply used the term live cultures. As you can see here, the market for probiotic functional foods is growing exponentially, with new products being launched constantly. In 2018, we saw the launch of a new range of crunch bars from Planet Organic. The bars are vegan and gluten-free, meeting even more current popular consumer demands, and host an impressive 1 billion colony-forming units per bar. In 2019, Nancy's Probiotic Foods introduced a new line of organic whole milk yogurts, available in 4 flavours. The cows are raised on family farms, and the yogurts boast over 30 billion live bacteria in every serving. Also so far this year, the company Beautiful Dairy has launched kefir cheese in 3 flavours. They have over 40 different strains of billions of bacteria per pot. As you can see here, yogurt drinks were the most popular vessel for probiotic bacteria in both the UK and Hong Kong. However, the origin of these products differs greatly, with the variety of the source of products being much more varied in Hong Kong. The countries also differed on the predominant strains of bacteria in the products. However, both found a large variety. Finally, Hong Kong appears to be more progressive in the non-dairy probiotic market, as nearly a quarter of their products were snack-based, whereas very few were found on the shelves here in the UK. I will now pass back over to Marco in Hong Kong.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm Marco from DI in Hong Kong. Before explaining the experiment to evaluate acrylamide reduction ability by probiotics, I would first like to introduce some background information to you guys. Acrylamide is a chemical substance that may cause cancer. Usually, it will undergo polymerization to form polyacrylamide, and it has a lot of use in different industries. And polyacrylamide is widely used in wastewater treatment, drinking water treatment, and paper processing. And for the formation of acrylamide will form during Maillard reaction. Baking, roasting, and frying are common food processes that involve Maillard reaction. And it's not likely to find lots of acrylamide in food product because it is toxic and even cause cancer to humans. it has neurotoxic effect and is classified as a group 2A carcinogen to human. And studies have found that probiotic bacteria can improve gastrointestinal health, proper immune function, and even reduce aflatoxin. And recent study found that probiotic can reduce acrylamide by physically binding with acrylamide through the cell wall of bacteria to reduce it. And the main binding sites are the peptidoglycan and polysaccharide. Lactobacillus acidophilus, LA, Lactobacillus cassis-rota, LC, and Bifidobacterium longum, BL, are the common probiotics found in probiotic product and will be used for the experiment. And for the methodology of our experiment, first we prepare the acrylamide standard solution and the probiotics. Then we add the probiotics in the acrylamide standard solution. Finally, by checking the amounts of acrylamide by LCMS, we can calculate the acrylamide reduction percentage from the results. And for the results showing the effect of selected probiotics on acrylamide, according to Table 1, LA has the highest acrylamide reduction ability, which can reduce around 32 to 35% of acrylamide in the test concentration among 3 probiotics. And because of the high acrylamide reduction ability of LA, it is selected in our new food reformulation, and hopefully it can reduce acrylamide content in the food. Then I will pass it to Lorenzo. Lorenzo, please.
Thank you. So based on these findings, the acidophilus was chosen to be used in a new product reformulation. We decided to use just one type of strain as it's easier to prepare, incorporate, and control its viability throughout the manufacturing processes. The wafer biscuits was chosen to be reformulated as they are common in both markets and are high in acrylamide. And 2 novel approaches were designed to effectively incorporate the bacteria, one during the pre-baking and one during the post-baking. The first approach consists of incorporating the strain directly into the raw biscuit dough as part of the dry ingredients, so as a powder to be mixed with the flour. At this stage, the L-asparaginase, a enzyme contained in the bacteria, will catalyze the reaction to convert asparagine, a precursor of acrylamide, into aspartate and ammonium. These products are unable to produce acrylamide, and therefore during the baking, less acrylamide will be produced. The dough will then undergo several other processes. These include 2 cooling steps, the incorporation of a creaming, and the cutting in the right shape and size. The second approach will still use a peculiar characteristic of this bacteria, but instead of limiting the acrylamide formation, it will mitigate its absorption. The bacteria indeed is mainly made by complex carbohydrates and alanine. These macromolecules can bind with the acrylamide molecules and create a sort of shell around them to prevent the absorption in the gastrointestinal tract. After the baking, the bacteria will be incorporated using an edible core or film made of starch, and this can act as a vessel for the bacteria, and it's a great medium as it's odorless, tasteless, and transparent, and it's already been used for a similar application. The gel then will be applied at 2 different stages. So during the creaming, as part of the creamy filling between 2 layers, or just before the cutting, so it can just be sprayed on the biscuit surface. In conclusion, at the present moment, the majority of probiotic products can be found in dairy-based food in both markets, and the most common bacteria is the Lactobacillus casei. The Lactobacillus acidophilus instead showed the greatest ability in reducing acrylamide, and the wafer biscuits were the product chosen to be reformulated, as they are high, as I said, in acrylamide, and they're very common both in UK and Hong Kong. In order to do so, 2 novel approaches were suggested to effectively incorporate the strain. So one into the pre-baking steps, and the second in the post-baking steps using an edible coating. I'd like to thank you all for listening to our presentation, and I hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your innovative ideas with us.
I'm sure you have some questions for our presenters. Please.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Yo-Yo, VTC student from Hong Kong. One more thing is, I would like to ask the question is, other than dairy products, do you think new food products with biotics will be valuable in the market? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. And due to the equivalent reducing properties of the probiotics, I think the products with the probiotics will be valuable in the market since they are healthy, and it is also suitable for people who have gastrointestinal problem and also who are not able to eat dairy products. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a question we get online. The question is, why do you think probiotic snacks are more popular in Hong Kong than the UK?
Thank you for your question. I think it is because the market has not reached the UK yet, as mentioned in the PowerPoint. I think in general, the amount of probiotics found in the supermarkets was larger in Hong Kong than here in the UK. There is clearly more potential for experimentation over there. I believe with time, probiotic snacks will become more popular over here, and they are already starting to do so, shown by the development of the Crunch Bars in 2018. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much for your answer. Let's give the team a big hand for their inspiring presentation.
All the 6 presentations are impressive and outstanding. Let's give it up for all the presenters again.
That's the end of the STEM student presentations. Before we move on to our next session, let's take a short break. See you later.
Riding on the stem. Don't shake.
Isolate.
LAB. Good for health. MB bold.
Check before you buy.
Stay awesome.
From this forum, I know we've all learned a lot of things about STEM, about
women in STEM, about, lots of ideas.
I've learnt so much about all the other countries and their experiences with STEM. So I've definitely learnt a lot about everyone and their different cultures.
How to say nice taste in the Canton? How to say good taste is Jose.
It was fun, enjoyable, and we forged a lot of friends, make a lot of friends from different countries.
This trip has been really good to see Hong Kong as well as meet new friends from around the world, and also the local Hong Kong students have been so good at accommodating for us and showing us around.
We'd like to say a massive thank you to BTC and the Technological Higher Education Institute. They've all been so friendly. They're always checking how we are, and just a massive thank you for them. It has been so much fun.
I'd like to thank the VTC for inviting us, and I hope that the VTC can continue to promote STEM along all students and improve the world through STEM.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International STEM Students Forum 2020 is about to resume. May I invite all guests to be seated. Please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the International STEM Students Forum 2020.
After listening to all the brilliant ideas from the STEM students, I'm more interested in entering the STEM field in my future.
Then you should pay attention to the next session. Coming up now is the STEM Graduates Career Development Sharing. We are honored to have invited some local and overseas STEM graduates to share with us their career development.
The two conveners of this session are both graduates of Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education of the Vocational Training Council. They are Joanna and Damon.
We would like to invite the following STEM graduates to join the discussion. Timothy, graduate of Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
Jody, graduate of Sheffield Hallam University, United Kingdom.
Rika, graduate of Turku University of Applied Sciences, Finland.
Imogen, graduate of University of Lincoln, United Kingdom. Please put your hands together for Joanna, Damon, and the panelists.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, parents and students, and everyone else joining us on webinar today.
And I'm Damon Wong. I'm the IT graduate of Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education.
I'm Joanna. I'm also an engineering graduate from the Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education. A very warm welcome to you all for joining us in the last session of today, the sharing of the STEM graduates in their career development. So today, despite of all the difficulties and obstacles we have been facing globally, thank you very much for joining us today. So today we have 6 STEM graduates, 3 from the Hong Kong, who are all graduates from the VTC, and 3 graduates overseas, 2 from the UK and 1 from Finland. We all have very different fields in the STEM. We have engineering in maritime, aerospace and engineering industries. We have information and communication technology, as well as biotechnology. And we are all engaged in very different roles. We have engine services and management. We have quality assurance. We have technical support and supporting and development, as well as scientific research. So now let's all our graduates to introduce themselves. First, I'll start with myself. I'm Joanna Kwok. I am born and brought up in Hong Kong. And after my HKCE open examination, I have chosen higher diploma in mechanical engineering from the IFE, from VTC. So after graduation from the higher diploma, I've chosen to join a shipping company Anglo-Eastern, to be an engine cadet and sail on cargo ships. So now I'm currently a chief engineer, and I'm the first female in Hong Kong who have qualified as a chief engineer. So now let's move on to the next graduate, our youngest graduate here today, Mr. Damon. So Mr. Damon, please.
Thanks, Joanna. Hi everyone, I'm Damon Wong. I'm born and raised in Hong Kong. I'm a graduate from IFE with a high diploma in cloud and data center administration. Then I obtained a bachelor's degree in information technologies at the University of the West of England in 2017. Currently, I'm a senior programmer working in a software house located in Cyberport, Hong Kong.
So thank you, Damon. So maybe now we can move on to our next graduate. So maybe Timothy, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Timothy. I was born in Hong Kong and I did my studies in Hong Kong mainly. But after my A-level public exam, I did my higher diploma in IB and graduated in 2008. With the support of Anista Harvey Foundation Scholarship, I went to UK for my bachelor and master degree. And last, I did my PhD at Faculty of Medicine at University of Hong Kong. So currently, I'm working at the National Cancer Center, Singapore. I have been here for 6 years. And I'm quite delighted to have certain achievements. For example, recently I was recognized as the Young Investigator internationally for the cancer immunotherapy research. And I also work as a research manager to oversee a $20 billion US research program in Singapore.
So maybe now we can have Ms. Reka, please.
Thank you, Joanna. Hi, everyone. My name is Riikka Sihunen. I'm from Finland. I did a Bachelor of Engineering degree and specialized in information technology at the Turku University of Applied Sciences. I graduated in 2012, so I already have some years of work history behind me. But I currently work as a support engineer for Cisco Systems. And one interesting fact about me is that I was selected as the first female Cisco designated VIP for the Cisco Learning Network back in 2014.
Lastly, we have our final graduates. Jody, who is one of two representatives from the UK. Jody, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's really nice to join you today. My name is Jodie Howlett. I'm from the UK, and I studied my degree in mechanical engineering at Sheffield Hallam University in the UK. I graduated last year, and then I went straight on to the Space Studies programme at the International Space University in France for a 9-week course. And now I'm in my graduate scheme, and I'm working in Germany at the European Space Agency in their Mission Control Centre. And something I'm particularly proud of is that in 2017 I was listed in the UK's top 50 women in engineering.
Now let's have our last graduate, Miss Imogen, who also comes from UK. Miss Imogen, please.
Yeah, thanks, Damon. So after graduating from the University of Lincoln, I started a graduate scheme with Siemens. I've worked in several roles since. Most recently, I'm in a division whereby I'm a regional product development manager. I work from home, but I spend a lot of time traveling between Manchester and London. One of the things I'm most proud of is a patent I received for a design piece of work I did at university in collaboration with industry.
So thank you, Imogen. So as you have all here today, every one of us have a very different job and in different industry. Even we have 3 mechanical engineers in the same field, but we are all engaged in different roles and different fields. One working at sea, one working on land, and someone working something related to space. So isn't it interesting what STEM can make us lead to very different life and very different lifestyles? So I guess everyone will have a very particular or impressive things in why you pursue STEM. So maybe perhaps Damon, you can start first.
Thanks, Joanna. During my bachelor studies in my universities, I joined the ISSF 2017 as a project presenter. I work on the smart bus shelter to collect the data on the buses. Through the ISSF, I got my first job opportunity in the Hong Kong largest bus company. And how's that I'm here, I start my career as a programmer. I write code to build software to speed up the process with automation. Also, I build various IT applications, such as the passenger counter that you can see on the bus double-deck buses. Thanks to the technologies, I can work remotely from home and don't need to go back to the office all the time. As we know, Rika also works remotely from another countries. Can you share your life of stamps, Rika?
Yes, thank you, Damon. I have a very unique work situation. I work from home, and my team is scattered around the world, Finland, Norway, Australia, although the team is mainly focused in the United States. Cisco headquarters is in San Jose, California, where most of our team is based. And I currently work for the TIS team, which stands for Technical Implementation and Support. And our team is responsible for operating a data center which hosts an e-learning platform that our customers use to train their personnel. So in simple terms, my role is tech support. So if customers experience any problems with the e-learning tools, we fix it. So it's basically help desk work. And the work itself is very independent, but of course, sometimes I need to involve my team members to help me solve tickets. And there's little travel involved other than annual team meeting or attending a conference. And I mainly communicate with my team members online. And the global COVID situation has not affected my job because I work from home at all times.
Thanks a lot, Imogen. In contrast to Imogen always working from home, my job is always working out of home. because most of the time of the year I'm out of home. I will sign a contract and join a ship for 6 to 8 months, and I'm working on the ship. This is on the screen you can see a tanker, and this is not the largest ship I've sailed on. The largest ship I've sailed on have a length of around 3.5 length of a standard football ground, or maybe if some female are not very interested in football, you can imagine around 5 times the length of a Boeing 747. So yeah, you can imagine there's a lot of physical activities you're doing every day. And the voyage, the contract is 6 to 8 months, but the voyage really depends on what is the cargo. Maybe for containers, it is very fixed route. Every month you're coming back to the same port. But maybe for some other ship type, even 2 to 3 months, one voyage is normal for us. And for responsibility, at most of the time, we are just maintaining the ship safely and smoothly, carrying the cargo from one port to the other port without stopping in the middle of nowhere or having some kind of Titanic kind of situations. So there are a lot of hands-on work in the beginning of the years. Maybe I will get myself rather dirty, but afterwards, later on in the year, there are a lot of controlling, planning kind. So most of the time I'll be sitting in the control room, which you can see in the photo on the screen on the left corner. So that is a good place, the best place to be in the engine room, because that's the only place with the AC. And you can see the other side outside the control room, which is the engine room, actual engine room. It's like 45 plus degrees. So it's a very good sauna room, maybe you can say. So moving on to the other lives on board. There are good things or bad things. You can see, okay, you're always out of home, but at the same time, I'm traveling to very different or remote places with very good sceneries, seeing iceberg, getting inside the Arctic Circle. And my colleagues are mostly all around different nationalities. So I get to know the culture, eating curry, because most of my colleagues are Indians. And I get a very decent-sized cabin, which is something very in common in Hong Kong. So a lot of my Hong Kong friends are very jealous of me. And at the same time, we also have a very different lifestyle, as internet is so popular and common nowadays, but on ship it's not like that. So my colleagues and even myself, when we get to a port, will be like the photo on the left corner. Everyone will be on the computer trying to get some Wi-Fi signal to download some movies or getting in touch with their friends and families. So I think that is quite interesting as well. Apart from all the jobs we are having, my job also involved in some gas turbine, which was in the last slide. So I know one of our graduates, Imogen, also involved in some energy industry regarding turbines. Maybe Imogen, you can share your experience with us. Imogen, please.
Yeah, sure. So I work for Siemens, and my background is gas turbines. You can see that in the bottom right of the screen. They're essentially big aeroplane engines, but used for mechanical drive or power generation. So an example could be to power a factory or a backup generator in a hospital. So the engine you see on screen would produce about 15 megawatts of electricity. This could produce enough power for about 10,000 homes. The graduate scheme I undertook as part of my work at Siemens gave me exposure to placements in design, manufacture, testing, and also into service, so looking after the engines in the field. And this is all done from a single UK site, which is quite unique. So now I work in a team where we support customers with their energy trilemma. So we make their power cheaper, more stable and secure, but also more sustainable. So we work with a range of products. So gas engines is one of them. You can see one of those on the screen. That's a 2 megawatt gas engine from Siemens. And to put that into context, it maybe would be enough energy to make about 15,000 cups of coffee. So this, along with some sustainable technologies like solar and wind turbines, we use all of these different technologies in projects. And innovation is at the heart of what we do with our kind of solutions-driven projects. So if we move on to the next slide, I can tell you a little bit about what life is like as an engineer in my role. So a lot of my classmates at university and colleagues now are mostly men. I think you can see that from the photo in the next slide. Because of that, I found that I actually have a love for football and enjoy playing with my colleagues after work. So you can see a photo there. I've been really lucky to work in some brilliant teams who've been incredibly supportive. And because I enjoy my role and my job so much, it's important to promote what a brilliant career engineering is, particularly to girls, because not many of them are taking up the profession. So again, you can see some photos of some of the outreach work that I've done to encourage more girls into the profession. Thanks.
Thanks, Imogen. Speaking of women in STEM, we know that Jody also has recognized as the top 50 women in engineering. May we learn more from you about your personal journey of STEM and your achievement, Jody?
Yeah, sure. Just to talk a bit about my background then. So I attended a university technical college from the age of 14, which was the first of its kind in the UK, and I got to learn lots of vocational skills, and I was studying engineering alongside my other English, math, science kind of subjects. And whilst I was there, I volunteered after school at a local airfield helping to restore old aeroplanes. So you can see that in the top right there. That's what first sparked my interest in the aerospace sector. And then moving forwards onto university, whilst I was there, I also got a taste for other industries as well that I could work in as an engineer. So I completed an internship with Siemens, helping to improve the production of MRI scanners. I also went to South Africa and worked for a biomedical engineering firm there, working on things like oxygen equipment for hospitals. And I also completed a one-year placement with Rolls-Royce in the UK. You can see that on the photo on the left. And this was design work on future jet engines for aeroplanes. So lots of exciting kind of roles that I've experienced in STEM. And now today I work for ESA, the European Space Agency, at mission control. So the bottom left photo is our mission control room. And my job is in the quality department. So quality is really important for this kind of work. Because if we get a problem in space on one of our spacecraft, we need to look at the data we're receiving and we need to try and figure out a solution to that problem. For example, it could be optimizing the way that solar panels are orientated so we get as much power as we need for the spacecraft. And if we would just look at the next slide, please. And again, in the top left, this is at work. This is from a launch a couple of months ago. So we launch our rockets from South America, and we control from Germany. And this was an event for our solar orbiter mission, which is currently on the way to the sun. And there was lots of excitement. People were in work at 3 a.m. to come and see the event and to celebrate. So it's been a fantastic opportunity to work in a very international environment as well, with people from over 20 different countries. So it's given me lots of exposure to different areas. And then outside of work, I really like to promote STEM, particularly to the younger generation. You can see a couple of photos there as well. Some of the outreach events that I've been involved in, which has been really rewarding.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I always have the impression that engineering's work or job is always like holding different tools and equipment to go around and fix things. And learning from Jody, I know that she also working in Germany away from home. So last maybe I would like to share my own experience. So now I'm working as a scientist in Singapore. As I mentioned earlier that I've been in Singapore for 6 years. So now my daily work is like to perform different experiments in a specific area for cancer treatment. So we usually use, for example, cancer cell line, laboratory mice, and do a lot of statistic and bioinformatic analysis. And also the key idea is to understand the cancer and hopefully to develop a new cancer treatment. So you can see from the PowerPoint slides that those are my bosses. So I report to the deputy director directly, so who is the Chinese person in the photo. So we work very closely with clinicians to answer the clinical situation, or for example, in my situation is to answer how we can develop new cancer treatment by doing different experiments. And during the time, I also have experience to work with different local and overseas pharma, biotech, or new startup companies. So even now, we are talking about a new startup in Singapore as well. So if you go to the next PowerPoint slides, I would like to share some of my exciting eye-opening experience that, as I briefly mentioned earlier on as well, I was recognized as an international young investigator. So it's our very first recognition by an international society. Even I'm the first in Southeast Asia to obtain this award. And being a scientist in Singapore or in general in this field, we have a lot of opportunities to go overseas to work with different people and clinician scientists and others. So for example, in the middle is our strong Singapore team that we put together with different famous clinician scientists. So for this team, as myself as one of the key driver, we obtained the $20 million from Singapore government to work on cancer immunotherapy. So and another part of my job that I feel the most exciting is that after we discover something new, as you can see from the corner of the PowerPoint slide, the local newspaper will cover our story in the press. And also, I really glad that once I have the experience to be the front page of South China Morning Post to report our new discovery. And lastly, I feel very excited to work with a patient and hopefully bring more hope to them by through what we do. And I really enjoy interacting with those patients as well.
Thank you very much, Timothy, and all our graduates for their sharing. Now maybe let us, our graduates, all take their tablet up and write down the factors which are affecting the students in pursuing STEM. One favorable factor and one disadvantage factor. Maybe you can think about what are the factors you think you have earned or you like in your field of in STEM, and one challenging factor or something you don't like when you are in your factor. Once you're ready, you can hold up your tablet and show us to all our audience here with us today and on the webinar. Imogen, maybe need to hold your tablet a bit up, please. Yes, that's cool. So now I can see all the answers, but Timothy's answer is a bit vague. Maybe Timothy can share with us what is your answer first? Timothy, please.
Yeah, sure. I apologize for the poor resolution. So for the first part, the favorable factors, I think to myself, I think it's just in general not cool and not professional. For example, always since young, I always have the impression that working in STEM or engineering, being an engineer or scientist, they always have a nice like lab coat and uniform, and particularly they can use a lot of latest or new technology or equipment that look very nice. So I would say that for the favorable factors to myself, it's just look cool and professional. But for the disadvantage factors, I think I think that it's just a non-working hour in general.
Thanks a lot, Timothy. So I see Damon here also write something about working hours. Maybe Damon can slightly share with us as well?
As I say, I'm a programmer. I need to work after dinner, or I need to work very early. For example, I need to work at 7 a.m., so I have no fixed hour to work. So it's really not really cool for me. So, yeah.
It's kind of surprising that both the guys graduates are complaining about working hours. So anyway, we'll move on to my female graduates. Maybe Rekha can share a bit with us what you have written. Rekha,
yeah,
please.
So I wrote down innovation, for the advantageous aspect. And that's because STEM helps to transform new ideas into the best inventions. For example, if you think of the evolution of the mobile phone, it's pretty incredible. Like in a relatively short time, the mobile phone has developed from a bulky, expensive device with limited functions to an extremely capable everyday item. So it's amazing to be a part of a field that turns sometimes wild ideas into cool inventions. And then for the disadvantage, I wrote down fast-paced, and it's because with innovation comes rapid change, and sometimes it's hard to keep up with the fast-paced transformations of the STEM field, and I would consider this a disadvantage.
Thank you, Rika. I see Imogen also have a similar disadvantage factor. Maybe Imogen, you can talk about your factors for us? Imogen, please.
Yeah, very briefly, I think variety is twofold. So you've seen the breadth of our roles in the opportunities that engineers have. Also, I think on a practical level that in terms of variety, every day is different. So you can go into work and do something completely different Monday to Friday. In terms of negatives, I've written rapid change, so similar to Rika. I think it can be a positive too, because if you believe in what you're doing, then it's exciting to kind of stay abreast with different technological kind of advancements, but equally it can be exhausting.
Thanks a lot, Imogen. Last but not the least, we have Jody. Jody, can you share with us why does your work never get bored?
Sure. Well, I think working in STEM in general, you're not really going to get bored. If you think about the chairs you're sitting on at the moment, the clothes you're wearing, even making this webcast possible, all of these things that we take for granted, a lot of science, technology, engineering and maths has gone into them. And STEM is everywhere, and there are so many ways that we can get involved in it in so many different interesting areas. But on the flip side, it can be challenging because we have big problems to solve. Technology is getting more and more sophisticated. So sometimes it can get frustrating when you've been working on a problem and you can't seem to be getting anywhere with it. But these challenges also bring the greatest rewards. You know, we wouldn't have been able to put people on the moon if we didn't rise up to the challenges that were faced. So it's also a great opportunity too.
Thanks a lot, Jody. For myself, I think the advantage or favorable factor for my job is an eye-opening experience because it's so rare in Hong Kong. But the disadvantage factor is since the engineering is so hard and engineering work sometimes, yeah, it can be quite dirty as well. It's dirty and tiring. But at the same time, I think all of the other graduates' answer is also pretty much my answer is never get bored because you are traveling around the world and at the same time there's a lot of variety. Yes, even there's fast pace, maybe from one port to another, it's just 2 hours and we have so much of preparation, but still you feel very challenged and once you feel very satisfied after all the challenge is done. So I think still out of the disadvantage factors, there are good factors as well. So now after talking about the factors which have affect the students in pursuing STEM, let's move on to how exactly our graduates start in STEM. For me, being born and brought up in Hong Kong, I think the Hong Kong education system is rather examination-oriented. Not until the students have finished their open exam, then only we have a chance to actually think or choose or know something about vocational or what are the career prospects in the future. For myself, after my open exam, I've chosen mechanical engineering because I think mechanical engineering is the basic of pretty much a lot of other engineering subjects. And I know in mechanical engineering, I get a lot of job opportunities. And I have chosen marine or industry, maritime industry, because I know it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and there are not many people in Hong Kong who are into this field. So even if I like it or I don't like it, it's just a 6-month contract, but I have a lot to gain and a lot to see. So maybe in Hong Kong, the situation is like that. Maybe our audience or students will be interested to know what is the situation about our overseas graduates. Maybe Imogen can share a bit of her reason or how her decision in pursuing STEM. Imogen, please.
Sure. So I have to be honest, it's not a career that I ever considered. I've always enjoyed maths and science and I guess problem solving in a broader sense. It wasn't till my A-levels before university whereby a maths teacher encouraged me to consider engineering. I definitely had a misconception that I was going to be a car mechanic if I were to choose an engineering kind of job. So yeah, she used to be an engineer and just kind of expanded my appreciation of the profession. And the more I looked from that point onwards, the more I realised that the scale of opportunities and support. So I managed to get a scholarship when I studied at university, and there was loads of opportunities for different summer placements while I studied. And that's how I got into the engineering field.
Thank you, Imogen. So how about Rekha? How you decided how you joined something in STEM?
Yes, thank you, Joanna. I have always had an interest in technology, but choosing a career in STEM was essentially a sum of two factors. So first, I wanted to pursue something I was passionate about, and second, I wanted to work in an industry with great future career prospects. And IT stood out from the few options that I considered. However, specializing in networking was not always a clear choice. I was actually introduced to networking at the university, and I slowly became confident that I could create an amazing career in this field. And as I continued to develop my skills and gain exposure in the field, I'm sure that this will be a rewarding, lifelong career. Thank you for the question.
Thanks a lot, Rekha. Last, we have Jyoti, also coming from the UK. So is your experience similar to Imogen?
Yes, I guess kind of in my early kind of school life, I remember I really enjoyed maths and science, but also being creative as well. And the first kind of idea I had for a career was to become a doctor. But then later I developed more of an interest in product design, and so I really wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do at a young age. But then at the age of 14, when I kind of understood a bit more about what engineering was, and it's basically applying the subjects I really like to solving real-world problems, I then chose to go and study engineering at the University Technical College that I spoke about earlier. And whilst I was here, I got to work on projects to complete our coursework with lots of engineering firms. So I worked with companies like Rolls-Royce, Toyota, Bosch, and many others, and this gave me some really eye-opening experience into what real engineering firms do, and what I could get involved in as a potential career. And then I went on to university, and it wasn't until I was at university until I even considered space as a career. And it was just 2 years ago I went to a space conference because I didn't know anything about space, and I just wanted to gain some more understanding. I thought it was an interesting area. And it completely opened my eyes to many new opportunities that I didn't know existed. So from there, I knew that I wanted to move into a space career. But just to conclude, I really want to get across the point that you can work in so many different industries, and there are so many opportunities within engineering and STEM in general.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Jody. Working in the STEM, there is always a lot of wide range of different opportunities. and I always enjoy listening to all these sharing, especially from overseas. Coming back to Hong Kong situation, do you know, Joanna, may I ask about what is the opportunities and prospects in Hong Kong, particularly, for example, in jet engineering? What do you think?
Despite Hong Kong being recognized or described always as an economical hub, I think there are still a lot of engineering jobs opportunities. We need engineers in building services, in environmental science, engineering, in infrastructure, in communication technology. There are all sorts of engineers required in Hong Kong. And the job prospect of engineers also is quite nice in Hong Kong because mostly or generally as an engineering field, the prospect is always hands-on. So someone will be guiding you, teaching you, you are gaining your experience when you are a junior. Then slowly after you gain your experiences, you will be going up to the management level. You start doing some more of a planning job, management job, and personnel management as well.
It seems there is some career advancement and the job scope also changed a bit from the hands-on to more management role. Then, Damon, is that the same situation for IT industry in Hong Kong?
Thanks, team. In view of recent COVID situations, there's a global demand for technology, such as the cloud drive to share the information, and the online meeting, like our webinar today. For sure, IT jobs will be very popular. With the new IT trend in AI, a lot of business are required in engineer, software, and IoT system to have the knowledge in AI and big data. How about you, Timothy?
Yeah, I think for my industry in Hong Kong is quite straightforward. Most of the position would depends on the educational background. So, for example, if you are a higher diploma or a bachelor or master graduate, you could be the laboratory technician, clinical trial coordinator. Even you can involve in testing lab, do the analytical sciences, being the safety officer. And even if you are interested, you can be the forensic scientist to be like a CSI or something. But if you have a PhD degree, then you will become a postdoctoral researcher. Scientists, and you can lead the field for certain projects, for example, being a project manager to oversee some medical or scientific projects. So, and also, particularly if you have PhD, then you will also have some opportunities overseas. Also, like learning from my own experience, I do have some global exposure as well through the job that I'm doing now. So, speaking of which, Jody, may I hear from you, hear from your view on the global aspect of the engineering?
Sure, yeah. In my opinion, engineering and STEM are hugely international. We need lots of international collaboration. For example, in space, there's over 20 different member states that make up the European Space Agency. And we need everybody to play their part and to work as a team. And working in engineering as well, you can go and experience many different environments. You can work all over the world, but you can also work in different settings in your day-to-day tasks. So, for example, you could be developing medicines in a lab. You could be designing aeroplanes in an office. You could be assembling parts to build robots in a workshop. Or you could be carrying out maintenance on a ship. There's so many examples of different places you can go and work, and for me, this is one of the main things that keeps it really interesting.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. And also learning from similar to Damon, I think nowadays we talk about AI, big data, and even in my field for our medical researchers, we are also start to use quantum computationing for the research, and we even need to integrate a lot of data and different platform technology together. So I would see that it become a multidisciplinary area, and all of us would agree that industry are fast changing with technology, and we need to learn a lot of different knowledge from different disciplines as well. So I think we have to keep constantly update our knowledge and skill for the future of innovation. So Joanna, may I ask your opinions at the end?
I think in my field, the maritime field has started changing from the very pure or traditional mechanical to automation and electronics. Last few ships I've already sailed on electronic controlled engine, powered engine ships. And there are also unmanned ships like the drones of flights you have, and all those technology also start developing. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
So I think the industry is very fast changing with all the technologies from our graduates sharing. So now talking about future. So may our graduates now also again take up their tablet and write 1 or 2 skills or qualities which they think is required for the future development in STEM. Maybe you can just think of what your field is requiring, what people they are looking for, etc. Once you're ready, you can hold up your tablet and show it to our audience. Or maybe you can write something you are lack of as well, if you can't think of anything. So already I've seen Damon writing communication and logical thinking, Jody writing complex problem solving and communication as well, Timothy writing innovation and willingness to learn, Rekha writing decisiveness and determination. Last but not the least, we have Imogen writing flexibility and communication. So Timothy, may you elaborate a bit more on your answers? Timothy, please.
I think to me, for the innovation part, I think because as we discussed just now, the world is really fast changing, and even in the STEM industry. So we need to stay innovative, be innovative in the future, as we all agree that it will be the AI, robotic era. So we need to be innovative to develop new technology and new things to catch up with the flow for the future. But for the second point, I would like to comment on the willingness to learn. As also we just discussed that there are a lot of knowledge that we need to know. Nowadays talk about how well we can integrate all the different knowledge together. Because we just call it the terms multidisciplinary. So I think willingness to learn is important. Moving out from our own expert area, but to learn others. For example, for my background, moving from biomedical research to IT, even I need to know data management and bioinformatics analysis with different programs like Python or R, etc. So I think willingness to learn is important, and particularly to Hong Kong students. I think we all need to strengthen our English, also to myself as well, because it will help us to work internationally and go far in our industry in general.
Thanks, Timothy. Maybe we can have Rekha to elaborate about her skills she have chosen as well. Rekha?
Yes, so I wrote down decisiveness and determination. So first, you need to have the ability to make decisions quickly and effectively. I could also translate this to us having the ability to prioritize, being able to differentiate what is important and what is not, especially in time-critical situations. Reacting fast and deterministically is of high importance. And as for determination, you need to be able to follow through with a project or a support case, whatever it may be, and then produce a planned result or a desired outcome.
Thanks a lot, Rekha. Personally, my 2 skills I've written is to be adaptive and to be open. It's a bit similar to what Timothy and Imogen or even Jody have written. You need to be adaptive and flexible so you can adapt to the very fast changing technology and all the changes which is happening even not on a daily basis but on a seconds basis. And you need to be open to be open to learn, like what Timothy have said, and to be open when there is a problem, to be open to listen to suggestions, and to be open to even your younger ranks, people who are telling you the answers or solutions which can help you in problem solving. And I have seen a lot of our graduates writing communication, even Damon as well. So Damon, maybe you can talk about something about communication for us.
I think that nowadays lots of projects are interdisciplinary. People from different knowledge domains, they will communicate and innovate to solve the problem together. Just like us, we are sharing our ideas together. So, come to the next part. Do you have any message to pass to our next generation? Start from Imogen, perhaps.
Sure. I think it's really simple for me, and maybe it's quite close to my heart. So sustainability is at the heart of what I do in my current role, and I want it to be moving forwards. I think it's really essential for our generation and younger generations to come. So if you want a rewarding and interesting career that's absolutely driven by innovation, then I think engineering should be for all of you. Thanks.
Thanks, Imogen. So, Rika, do you have any message for our young students?
Yes, thank you, Damon. I would certainly agree with Imogen, and I would promote STEM careers by stating that due to the constant and increasing need for technologies around the world, there are a number of opportunities available both locally and globally, and I believe that this is only set to increase. Technology is not going anywhere. In fact, it is becoming ever more omnipresent, and highly skilled experts are always in demand. So a career in these industries would offer a wealth of opportunities, and you would have many options to create the career path you want in the STEM field. Thank you.
Thanks, Rika. How about Ms. Jody? Do you have any message to our next generation?
Thanks, Damon. I absolutely agree with Rika and Imogen. Maybe just to add to this, I think a career in STEM can be hugely rewarding for many different reasons. You can work anywhere in the world. I've worked in the UK, I've worked in South Africa, in Singapore, and now in Germany. So already just being in my early career, I've been to see many different parts of the world. And you can also develop lots of different skills, both technical and soft skills, and technology is always developing and evolving, so there's always new things to learn, new problems to solve. And you can actually develop skills that are easily transferable to different sectors as well. So if you find yourself, say, working in civil engineering, but you're quite interested in aerospace as well, you can develop skills in one area and bring them into the other. And yeah, so it's very easy to move around. There's many opportunities, but ultimately you can help change the world for the better. And I think that's the main reason to go into a STEM career.
So last but not the least, maybe Timothy can give us some advice. Timothy, please.
Yeah, I think to me, I think next generation may need to learn, or even a reminder for myself that we need to learn to be failure, accept the failure. In the STEM area, especially for scientific research, we will always have try and error. Most of the time, error will be more. So for us, we just need to be persistent. Just keep going, and once we encounter any problem, we just seek help. Like we can ask a senior, supervisor, and friends and fellows. So I think in general, I would just say that we need to be prepared that there will be lots of failure in front of us. But once we are determined, we are motivated by the field or what we have been doing, then we can overcome those problems.
Thanks a lot, Timothy, and everyone who have given us very good advices. I understand now is the Q&A session. So maybe we will start from question from the floor. Any questions, please?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Jackie from VTC. Well, I'm just curious. Both Joanna and Imogen have worked in an unpleasant working environment. So my question is, have you ever hesitated when you work in this field? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I think I'll answer the question first. Personally, I have not really hesitated before joining the maritime field because while I was studying mechanical engineering in the VTC, already I'm the only girl in my class, which is 1 to 29. So when I'm on the ship, I'm 1 to 20 to 24 guys. So it's actually the ratio is even better. So I didn't really hesitate. But I do agree that there are very less women in the STEM field, not only in my field, but generally in STEM. So, but I think about women in STEM, of course, there are some difficulties. Most of the time, you'll be the underdog in the beginning. People will look down on you thinking, okay, particularly in my field, you are physically unfit. On ship, even worse, the guys are pretty much very superstitious. They will say, oh, women on board, then the ship will sink, or there will be bad weather. They are all sort of like, you are, all the audience may be laughing now, but for me, that time hearing that is not so much fun. But I do think that after some time when people see your work, your ability to work, then they change their mind. They don't really treat you a man or a woman. They really treat you just as a colleague. So I guess the work ability and your attitude, how you are learning or how you're working is more important. And especially in my field, working on a ship is more of working in a team. So always we're working in a team, so just have a good communication skill, try to communicate with others, then I think others will also try to help you back. That's my answer. How about Imogen?
Yeah, Joanna, I think I agree with you. I think it's natural to hesitate. It shouldn't stop you from doing anything, and I'll acknowledge that it's not easy and comfortable if you go to site and you're maybe out of your comfort zone and you're looking around and you're seeing kind of a group of maybe very experienced male engineers. I think to really follow on from Joanna, if you work hard, if you contribute to the team, if you have the right mentality, and you're not afraid to ask if you don't know, or you want to challenge something because you're thinking in a different way, then I think actually that's an asset to the team, and the whole team would respect you more, and I think that would lead to you being a lot more comfortable in a variety of kind of different situations. So yeah.
Thank you. So we can have next question, please.
Thank you for sharing. My name is Marco, a student of VTC from Hong Kong. I would like to know what is the most challenging thing you faced throughout your life of STEM? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I guess this question we can have Timothy, who is doing a lot of experiment. Maybe he can answer for us. Timothy, please.
Yeah, I think for the first one, the first point I want to comment that as a Hong Konger, actually before I go overseas, actually I will comment that my English is not very good. So the first failure that I always face is my language problem. So I need to communicate with other people well. I need to catch up with the language, especially in STEM. I know that there are a lot of terminology that we need to spell correctly, pronounce correctly. So first thing, I think it's just the English that we need to be determined to improve on our own. And secondly, for experiment-wise, apparently, as I always mention, we always fail. So even, for example, if we want to amplify a DNA, somehow it will fail for no reason. We still can't understand. But what I learned so far is that you just need to be persistent. You just need to keep doing the same things, but with some modification. If we keep doing the same thing again and again, apparently the result will be the same. So we need to learn from senior, learn from others, and particularly in my field, I need to read a lot of papers, other publications to learn from others how they do. So in general, I would comment on these two.
Thank you, Timothy. Maybe this question we can have Ms. Reka also help us to answer our audience. Reka, please.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Could you just quickly repeat the question? I'm not sure I heard it correctly.
I guess the question is, what is any failure you have experienced in your work of STEM in your life?
Yes, thank you. So yes, I've certainly had many blunders in my career, but one event in particular comes to mind. So what happened is I was investigating a recurring problem with some of our network devices in a previous job, and I ran a debug command. An unfortunate chain of events occurred, and I accidentally took down half of our data center. So we reacted to the situation very quickly and were able to contain the situation and minimize the damages for the most part. But that day I learned a lesson to plan things more carefully and analyze the possible outcomes beforehand and verify the steps and going over the process with my team before implementing anything. And this is actually a perfect demonstration of the importance of communication, which we have discussed throughout this session. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Rekha. So now I understand we have some questions from the webinar. So, so here's the question on the screen. Have you ever felt hesitate about leaving home for your career? So I guess for myself, I do have a bit of hesitation leaving home for 6 to 8 months. But in the beginning of my work, actually, I don't really hesitate, but because being a very young person, early 20s, you just want to go out and explore. And that time, you might be fighting a lot with your parents. So there's a very good chance to just get out of home. But yeah, obviously, nowadays, I treasure, because you're leaving home for so long, so you kind of more hesitate because you really treasure your family and friends more nowadays. So I guess Jody also working away from home. Maybe Jody can share a bit your experience with us?
Yeah, for me, I've never really hesitated. If a great opportunity has been there, I've just thrown myself into it. Because in my opinion, if you find yourself in a situation that actually you don't like, then you can just change it. So taking this risk and going on to experience new things can be a great development opportunity. Sometimes it's not easy, you can get homesick for sure. So it's always important to have something planned, some trips home, and to regularly speak with family. But it's an adventure, your career is an adventure. So I wouldn't hesitate at all to move around in my career. I find it exciting.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jody. Just don't stop trying. Just try first. So I guess that answered the question of the audience from the webinar. So I understand we have another question. So out of all your works and projects, which one do you feel most proud of? Maybe Imogen can talk a bit about it for us. Imogen, please.
Sure. I guess in fear of some repetition, I'm probably most proud of the projects that I'm working on now, because not only are they interesting and rewarding in terms of like self-development, so I'm learning incredible amounts, both kind of technically and commercially. It's that link to the kind of social responsibility aspect. So the fact that I genuinely believe the projects I'm working on will have a positive impact to the kind of environment in the UK and hopefully moving forwards globally. So I think for me, that's the most kind of proud moment of my career today.
Thanks a lot, Imogen. Thank you all your questions from the audience and answers from all our graduates. I hope all the answers can make you all understand more and have an insight more on STEM and the career after that. So it sounds like after graduation from STEM, all our graduates have a lot of good job opportunities, very vast opportunities in different fields and different countries, because every country is requiring different talents. And there's a very high demand in different STEM field people. So I guess that's why we need to have the skills of what we have talked about earlier, you need to have good communication skills. We need to be flexible, adaptive, so to get on to the future and to have a good future in STEM.
So I think today I'll share our experience. It's very inspiring for the students or the audience. Thanks to all the graduates. Thanks to all the graduates, speakers, and the audience for joining us on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna, Damon, and the panelists for your insightful sharing. Please take your seat.
Terry, Zachary, it's been a wonderful day today, isn't it?
Exactly. It's full of innovative ideas and inspiring sharing.
We've heard many brilliant presentations and some truly outstanding insights.
We are also glad to have the chance to meet the wonderful entrepreneurs and STEM graduates too.
I've learned so much today. Their ideas and insights are absolutely amazing.
And we're making history today.
I see what you mean, Terry. As this year's ISSF is the first ever to be delivered online.
We're connected with STEM students and teachers in higher educations from different parts of the world in the cyberspace.
Our heartfelt thanks to all of them and also each and every one of you who are joining us today.
This event could not have happened without your great support.
To round off the ISSF 2020, we would like to invite Dr. Carrie Yao, GBS JP, Executive Director of the Vocational Training Council, Hong Kong, to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Yao, please.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, teachers, parents, students from the VTC family and also from our overseas partner institutions, thank you so much. It's really a long, but it's a very exciting afternoon that we've had. And we have heard a lot of wonder stories from our STEM graduates. Thank you for sharing with us not only your study journey, your career journey, but your life journey. So we really enjoyed it. So thanks for joining us today. And thank you for all the presentations that we have had. I trust, as I said, we've all enjoyed a marvelous journey of learning. And all of us have been inspired by insights on STEM education from around the world, simply with a few clicks at your fingertips. I was told there was 2,000 people who have registered. So we have to check the figures again. The live broadcast of International STEM Students Forum 2020 is a testimony itself to the significance of innovation in STEM, since technology has brought us all together from different parts of the world quite seamlessly. Also, I'd like to thank our audience, in particular, for joining this webinar. As our MC said, it's quite historical, so you're part of history. Although there is a lot of speculative reporting that graduates would suffer from finding jobs under the looming economic downturn, the panel dialogues and also graduate sharing, I hope, have given us a much brighter picture of promising career prospects in STEM-related industries. Indeed, let us embrace the importance of lifelong STEM learning. To stay competitive, each of us needs to remain agile, as mentioned by our presenters, and also we have to master the skills and knowledge needed to excel in this new age. Our graduate presenters have talked about creativity. They've talked a lot of things, a lot of food for thoughts for all of you. They've also talked about problem solving, and I cannot agree with them more. I mean, creative problem solving is king. This afternoon's group presenters have also proven their problem solving skills, and because they not only have imagination, but they also are very practical. So STEM education is about practical application. A good foundation in STEM can help the next generation learn to be the best problem solvers and innovators. That's what I believe. The ongoing pandemic has told us that the work of STEM professionals across sectors is of enormous value. In fact, many of our VTC graduates have exhibited their strengths as brave professionals ranging from healthcare specialists, data analysts, IT engineers, to e-commerce operators to serve the community and keep innovating during these challenging times. I should also thank Joanna for your containers, bringing in food and everything when the airplanes have stopped. So this is just another example. You know, you're doing great things. Well, these endeavors exemplified all our young innovators' commitment to the well-being of mankind and the impact of STEM in driving our society forward. You know, what we've heard about the need for sustainability, social responsibility is all very touching, I feel. So, to our staunch belief, STEM will light up the path to a more livable and sustainable world. And before I close, I would like to thank our MCs, Jasmine, Zachary, Terry. You've done a wonderful job. You're very professional, but the best part is I enjoy your good humor. So thank you very much. And I would, of course, want to thank all our presenters, our student presenters, and all our overseas and also our local graduate speakers. So we've enjoyed all your presentations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yao. Please take your seat.
This brings the International STEM Students Forum 2020 to a close.
I hope you enjoyed the forum as much as we did. Thanks everyone for your participation today. See you in the next International STEM Students Forum. Goodbye.